Yo, what's good? What's good, everybody? Oh, man. Oh, man, oh, man, oh, man. Ay, ay, ay. Oh, sorry, guys. I'm still just getting things set up. My bad. I just got quiet, so my bad. Just give me a few more seconds, and I'll be ready to go. Alright, I think that's it. Alright, cool. Get that out of the way. Alright. Why is it not showing? Huh. That's weird. Oh. Whoops, that's why. There you go. There's the chat. Hold on. No, my audio's fine. Alright. Well, whatever. Let me also check one more time. So before we start the reactions, let's make one thing very clear. Death Battle isn't biased against Dragon Ball. The crew made it clear how much they love Dragon Ball. The road of episodes is very hit or miss, big hit and big misses, especially since you're gonna be looking at their scaling. Yes, indeed. Also, what's up, Space? What's up, you Kashima? Glad to see you guys back again. Thank you, everybody, for your patience. Just making sure everything is set up on my side, as usual. Hold on, just give me a sec real quick. Alright, that clearly didn't work. Alright, y'all can hear me. Hopefully the audio is decently balanced. A little better than usual, at least. Because I'm trying to have a better mix between the audio and the stuff. Ooh, heck yeah. This is gonna be like a 6-hour stream with how many Dragon Balls there are? Yeah, you're right. That's true. Maybe. I don't know. We'll just have to wait and see. Alright, I think that's good. I think that's a little bit better in terms of audio mixing. Because I'm not trying to have it be too loud for my headphones, but also not too quiet for you guys. Because I want my voice to primarily be the forefront over the actual video itself. I think the first death battle between Goku and Superman is one of the best death battle matches they ever made. Although it's still not good when it comes to presenting Goku's scaling. Oh, yeah, should be fine, yeah. Yeah, that's why I was checking my phone, just to have a better... Because if I put it on my desktop, you would hear what I'm saying on repeat, and I don't want that. Alright. So in case anyone is wondering why I'm even doing this to begin with, I'll tell you why. So just a few days ago, I decided to do a quick poll because today they're doing their, or at least unless they haven't changed the release date, but they were gonna do the, shoot, I already forgot, the Blade versus Buffy the Vampire Slayer. And I already said I wasn't going to be interested in doing it. However, I've decided why not just let you guys, the viewers, decide if I should. And I was like, you know what? Why not add some extra options? And apparently I was wrong. I thought Buffy versus Blade was going to win. But no, everyone wants to see my reactions to DBZ. I hate y'all. I really hate y'all. I'm not going to lie. But I guess... we don't care about the new fight. Everyone wants to hear my thoughts on the other one. So here we go. I don't want to do this, but all right, fine. The people have spoken. 100 people to the 1. So. Fine. Let's see. Yeah, still odd they decided to should not power scale and do the bare bones of only Goku feet so many episodes. Yeah, I know. I probably won't do all of them. I could just do like half, because I wasn't expecting this stream to be that long, but we'll see how I feel by the end of it all, because to be fair, I have reacted to a few DBZ related matchups prior. And unless people want me to react to them again, maybe add more things I could have I missed to say last time, then sure, but yeah. And also this time, I mean, I'm not sure y'all want me to watch them chronological order, or if I should just randomize them. Maybe you guys can decide. Yeah, if you haven't realized, I hope you've seen the thumbnail. Yeah, it's weird. It's like it's the specific matchup in question is like unironically the antithesis as to why I'm even here to begin with. It's like, if y'all hate me, we'll blame Death Battle for my existence. That's kind of the best way to describe it, honestly. Yeah, and I'll be honest, today I'm not holding back any punches, bro. Before I was being nice, just be like, alright, let's see how things have evolved over the years, you know what I'm saying? But, nah, no more. I refuse to hold back anymore. I'm done being nice. Not that I was nice to begin with, but I'm tired of it. You know? Some brain cells by the end of the stream. What's up, Angus? What's up, DX? Do you at least have a playlist of all? No, I'm trying to find one, but it doesn't seem like there is one. I'm just using their official website, or the official YouTube channel playlist. How about the Saiyan episodes? Do it in order so we can see the... Yeah, sure. Yeah, why not? Oh, is that not unlocked? Oops. Alright, there we go. Alright, yeah, I think we're ready to go. Yeah, 15 minutes as usual. 10 viewers! Gosh dang, everybody just now showed up? Alright, well thank you very much everybody. So what's the agenda today? Well, my agenda is to chat on Death Battle as usual, because I'm sick and tired of that. Look, I promise you all, I'm not a Death Battle hater, but Death Battle sucks, alright? Look guys, I generally was like, okay, let's see what my guys have to say. Should I watch Buffy or versus Blade? But nah, nobody cares. So that's what I'm gonna do. All right, so hold on. How do I do it? Oh, I think it has to be on YouTube. Gosh dang it! Why do I gotta do that? That's so stupid. Hold on, let me see real quick. Oh snap, this goes pretty hard. Dang, that goes pretty hard, I ain't gonna lie. Alright, hold on. Shoot. Gosh dang it, I thought there was a way to... No, that's not... Gosh dang it. Alright, fine, whatever. Oh wait, no, here it is. Oh, finally. Yeesh. There you go, now I found it. Eesh. Alright. Alright, there you go. Just vote, y'all. What the frick? Gosh dang, okay. Alright. 3 votes in. Alright, it makes more sense. Alright, that's fine, that's fine. So we starting Shadow versus TFS Vegeta, apparently. Yeah, I guess so. I guess so, everybody. Alright. Alright. Fine. Okay, so the answer is yes. The answer is yes. Alright. Oh, what's up, Lonks? Yes, unfortunately. What's up, my boy? Thank you for the promo. I don't want to. Alright, fine. So, again, let me one more time emphasize this part. I'm gonna review the matchup as is, alright? I'm not just gonna hate on it for the sake of hating, like, this one frame is 1 second off. They clearly didn't pose them right. Like, I'm not gonna nitpick on that type of nonsense. I am just gonna react as it should be and review it for what it is, alright? And I don't care, but guys, it was 14 years ago, things have changed. I don't care, shut up. I don't care. I'm going to review it for the product it was. In fact, that's one thing I kind of define it as. There's like eras of Death Battle, right? There is essentially the Goku versus Superman one is like the cutoff. There's like the pre-Crisis era, and then there's the post-Crisis, which is after the first Goku versus Superman matchup. And then there's like the Rebirth era, which is, I guess, the, like, when they had to go independence, which I don't even recall when did that happen. I think, what was the first independent matchup, actually? That was... No. Shoot, I already forgot. Was it... I think, was Bowser versus Eggman their first independent? Because I know that, obviously, you know, it went down their studio company, so they had to, you know, get fundraisers. I can't remember what was that, but I know that that's basically what's my cutoff. The Screw Attack era, the Rooster Teeth era, and the Kickstarter era. Yeah, I do it but differently. I go pre-crisis, post-crisis, and then rebirth, because that's literally what it is. That's kind of what it is, if we're being honest. Yeah. All right. So let's start it. So yeah, the first matchup is Vegeta versus Shadow, cause they're rivals. The ultimate powerhouse. I don't know. I don't get the connection to this day. It's kind of a wonky. I guess they're rivals to the Pro Tag. I don't know. It's kind of a weird matchup in my opinion. I don't get it. I don't like it in my opinion, but sure. All right, fine. So be it. Yeah, he's making a cameo. All right. Let me just get the window screen. All right. All right. I'll close the chat box for now, but I'll bring it back up once we're done, because I think people don't want to see it on screen. It'd probably be a little bit annoying. I'm pretty sure. So. All right. Let's start it out. Sure, different for most people. Oh, I bet. Vegeta was originally I can't read today. Vegeta was originally written on Shadow's design docs. That's about it. Oh, really? All I remember that for Silver and Trunks. If that's true, then oh my gosh, that's. Oh, man. I mean, I get it. I know Sonic references Dragon Ball a lot, but man. Alright, let's just get this over with. I'm going to be super critical this time. If there is a problem I have with whatever they said or whatever's shown, I'm going to pause the video. So if I got to pause it 500 times, I'm pausing it 500 times. If you want to watch the original without me pausing every single second, just watch the original. This thing is already 15 years old, almost. Just watch it without me interrupting the flow of the video, alright? I'm tired of holding back in the past live streams. I'm just gonna be all cruel, heartless, and mean. Not because I have something against them. It's just because, I don't know, make the stream entertaining. Oh, wait, hold on. Oops, accidentally. Alright, one more time. There you go. And if it's quiet, I can bump up the audio. Oh, boy.
Walking the mysterious gray line between good and evil. They do what they want, however they want, when they want it. Vegeta, Prince of the Saiyans and rival to Goku. And Shadow, the ultimate life form and rival to Sonic. I'm Wizard.
It's probably a little bit quiet, so I'll raise it up a bit.
Armor and skills to find out who would win a death battle.
That's probably better.
Born a prince to a warrior like Saiyan Rex,
I think that should be
Vegeta's
better.
People were slaughtered by an evil tyrant named Frieza, who molded Vegeta into a deadly, ruthless killer.
Yes.
Over time, however, Frieza's iron grip over him led Vegeta to rebel, ushering Frieza's final defeat with the help of.
Wait a minute. Height 5'3". Is that true? Hold on. I could have sworn I was the same height as him. I could have sworn he was a little bit taller than that. What the heck? All right, whatever. Elite warrior class, trained in martial arts, sure. I mean, he was more self-taught, but I guess, sir. Current leader of the Z Fighters. I guess they're referring to GT at the end of the run. But I mean, is he really? Is there even such thing as a leader in the Z Fighters? I don't know what that means. Like, I don't think there's really a leader in the Z Fighters. They're just huddled together and just fight as one. Maybe he's like the ace, but I don't know. I'm already nitpicking as to what that even refers to. Whatever, let's just move on.
Fellow Saiyan Goku. After struggling with adapting to life on Earth, Vegeta eventually became one of the planet's strongest defenders.
Yes, of course.
He even got hitched to Bulma, breaking poor Master Roshi's heart. Vegeta can move
more like
at
Yamcha's heart.
hypersonic speed. He can survive
Repeat that one more time.
breaking poor Master Roshi's heart. Vegeta can move and fly at hypersonic speed.
Hypersonic speed, guys. Wow. Wow, this really is really outdated, bro. Wow. Hypersonic speed. So apparently he's only like, what, Mach 5? Like Mach 2 through 10 or something like that? Are you kidding me right now? That's how we're just gonna generalize Vegeta's speed right now. Ain't no way this thing exists, bro. Oh my gosh. There's so many dimensional levels of wrong with what they just said, bro. Apparently Vegeta is gonna get speed blitzed by like Kid Goku by that one statement. I know, you know what? Maybe they were just generalizing for the sake of simplicity. But, you know, this is a death battle matchup, so speed is kind of important. And the fact that they just put Vegeta ambiguously at hypersonic speed, they don't even emphasize if it's referring to his base, if at all. And also, goodness forbid if they're referring to his current level. And I know this was pre-Super. This is when GT was still, like, the latest, quote-unquote, in terms of anything product-related past the Z era. So, I'm not going to be mean towards that aspect. But I do not care. That is absolute garbage, bro.
He can survive underwater and in far outer atmospheres for long periods of time.
Yeah, I don't know why people, like, nitpick about whether Goku and Vegeta can breathe in space. My personal just opinion about that subject is like, yes, they could probably survive quite a long, decent period of time in space, but obviously they'll eventually run out of oxygen. And yes, Super did kind of complicate things with the manga, with Goku literally floating in nowhere with Zeno, but before that, I think they just have nice, you know, respiratory system to just function before they eventually run out. So whatever.
He even has the endurance to survive a nuclear frickin' blast.
We're not even 1 minute in, and this is a 10-minute video. It's a 9-minute video. And he just says that he can survive nuclear blast. What are we doing here? Why is this wrong, bro? Is he wrong? I mean, that's true. But you best hope they're not referring to at his pinnacle. Like, is that his actual peak durability feat of surviving nuclear blast? I'm just saying, man. I'm just saying, Lox. Don't give them the support, bro. Come on. You know they sometimes get things wrong, man. Come on now. Also, I'm pretty sure if we're just using the visual, they're probably not referring to the actual visual in question. But I'm pretty sure that... Hold on. I'm pretty sure this one was done by, what? Was it Nappa or whatever? I'm pretty sure just this one explosion is more than nuclear blast. Let's be real here.
Spheres for long periods of time. He even has the endurance to survive a nuclear frickin' blast.
Vegeta, can you...
Yeah, I don't know. I can't remember that specific shot, but I'm pretty sure that could have been from the Nappa, like, finger explosion thing. Nah, even in hindsight, that's hella wrong.
Energy called Ki to create devastating attacks.
Yes.
His trademark attack is a purple laser called the Gallic Gun.
Yeah,
His
big bang beam,
unleashes a
big bang
huge
attack,
explosion
final
of
shine.
energy
Yep.
covering a vast distance and can be narrowed to a beam for concentrated accuracy.
Yes.
He can launch a volley of energy bullets, pounding his foe with dozens of deadly blasts.
Is that Vegeta's technique? Okay.
But his most devastating move is his final flash attack, a huge golden beam that can destroy whole planets.
Vegeta's Ki...
Okay. Woo! Thank gosh. At least Death Battle was ahead of the curve compared to mostly everybody else on the internet at the time. Hold on, what was this? 2011. Okay. At least they admit they are above planet level. Alright? Alright? I'm just saying, because, like, let's be real here. Even me included. I bet you some people were still... At this era, we're like, is Dragon Ball really planet level? Look, did Goku actually blow up a planet on screen? Like, I bet you, around this time period, people were still questioning planet level scaling for Dragon Ball. I know, I'm already bro, this is Death Battle. I'm gonna crash out any second, bro.
He is quite versatile and not limited to these 4 attacks.
Yes.
He is never without a weapon.
But wait, there's more!
That's right.
Hold on, he's never without a weapon. I'm actually curious, has he? That's surprising he never has shown to be using a weapon now that I think about it. I'm trying to think, has it? Not really, I guess. Maybe like gameplay mechanics he does, but that's about it. That's actually an interesting thing to point out. I never thought of that.
Vegeta can reach the legendary status of Super Saiyan.
Oh boy.
Near indestructible form, which increases his power output by 500%.
500% can be activated anytime, sustained through energy nearly indestructible. Hey yo, nearly indestructible. Oh snap! Oh my gosh. Okay, you know what? Maybe I'm giving a +1 for a death battle right here. Nearly indestructible, bruh. Oh my, hey yo, Vegeta omnipotent, low key in 2011 by death battle. Oh my gosh. Hey, you know, that's a nice clap right there. I'm just saying that's, oh my gosh. All right, I'll give him a pass on that part right there. 500% increase. I mean, wait, per form? Oh heck no. What the heck? All right, well, this is going to be a long tangent, but let's just get this over with. All right, so people know level 1 is, or level 1, Super Saiyan 1 is a 50 times multiplier. It's pretty much accepted by every single source out there as the starting point, by the way. By the end of the series, though, yeah, 500% is like a 5 times multiplier. I know, right? Yeah, it should be more like 5,000% increase, not 500, but I don't know. I guess they couldn't math at the time. But yeah, 50 times of their battle power, not just stats, battle power. There's a difference. There's a difference between me saying my power level is 1,000 and me saying, hey, I can punch something and my joules is this amount. You know what I'm saying? So technically it could be more than a 50 times if we're talking about their actual battle power, not necessarily just their stats, their raw, multiplier stats. But that's besides the point. The problem with is I have with that is not just their blatant wrong percentage. Is Super Saiyan 2 can technically be above a 2 times multiplier via the grade form scaling, i.e. grade 2, grade 3, and grade 4. I know people, for whatever reason, people just hate the idea of grade 4/grade 1 being more than 50 times. I don't get it. I think mainly because of the super exciting guide. For whatever reason, people want this to be the primary source. The super exciting guides, for some reason, just trumps everything. And I'm just like, it doesn't need to. Like, it could still be reliable, but not the end-all be-all source. And again, even Toriyama acknowledges that the forms are just enhanced versions of the regular base Super Saiyan. So technically, especially this is GT era, I mean, frankly, Vegeta could still get like a 1,000 times multiplier at minimum. So I'm just saying that a 500 times boost is that's nothing. and thanks to Lonks calling that out, 500% times that by 2, or yeah, because the 2 times multiplier of Super Saiyan 2, then he only gets a 10 times boost. So right off the bat, no matter what, they got this wrong, bro. That's, wow. They could even get that right. I don't, that might be just a small nitpick. Maybe they goofed up on the numbers, but I don't care. That's just still terrible no matter what. And to be fair, they're not going to really emphasize his AP, but whatever. Grade 4 is 500 times, right? Yes. Let me be more specific before anyone calls me out. I only refer to that during the Cell games. If we're specifically referring to post-Battle of Gods, I'm more so leaning towards post-Resurrection of F. The grade 4 multiply can go way beyond that, for sure. For Cell games era, 500 times is fine. Post ROF, it can go way beyond that, for sure. That's just me, of course. And as I know that people have their own opinions on the topic, I get it. I know people want to have their own headcanon, multipliers and stuff, but that's just my general measurement, more specifically to at least connect everything post DBZ, anime, and manga era with Toriyama and stuff. So there you go. Yeah, anyway, so let's continue. I think I'm small Bill. Shut up.
You can take this form to the next level for
level 2 drains more energy than level 1. I mean, I guess it can, but especially with GTE scaling, I don't think it would by then. I mean, it probably does. It's just that it's not even noticeable at this rate, so I don't know. to an extent, sure, but how much? Like, how noticeable is it? And also, it's probably even keep in mind, Grade 2 is literally confirmed to be better than Grade 1 in power and speed, and Vegeta relied on that, but not Grade 3. Because, too much muscles, hard to move, you're sluggish, and more effort just to use your ki to do any results, right? So, I would still assume that, yes, it could drain more, but not as bad as it could be compared to the grade form. So, I don't know. That's just me being nitpicky, but whatever.
Yet another 500% increase. That's a lot of power and math.
The Super Saiyan form is sustained through Vegeta's remaining energy. Also, despite reaching the level of Super Saiyan 4, he was only able to do so with Bulma's Bloodwave machine and cannot do so naturally.
In a death battle, we don't allow help from spouses.
I mean, let me just preface this one more time. These guys are we're gonna use every source out there and see if their weapons, armor, and strength can beat someone in the death battle. So, I'm just saying, but there are video games by this era where Vegeta can just transform on his own. I'm just saying. Like, I know in the anime, Vegeta needed the blood sway to transform. But there are other sources where he's just going Super Saiyan 4 without it. Alright? I'm just saying. Alright? So realistically, he should have it. Alright? Let's be real here, okay? And to be fair, if Goku can do it, Vegeta could probably do it as well. That's just me, of course, so I don't know.
Vegeta is
I'm sure nowadays Death Battle have allowed Vegeta to use Super Saiyan 4 if Super is a thing. That's true. I never thought of that. Yeah, sure. Why not?
arrogant and proud. He seeks to be the best and is willing to fight the best to do so, even allowing his opponents to reach power levels much greater than his own.
Well, this is led to
Well, it's not necessarily because their power is beyond his own. It's because he assumes that, hey, whatever power you're gonna get, it's still not gonna be enough to beat me. That's why he thought that, oh, look at Cell, he got his perfect form, doesn't matter, I'm still gonna beat you. But because he underestimated the actual power-up, he then loses. It's not because he immediately thinks that they are stronger than him. Like, the closest one to that statement is maybe Jiren, but that's because he didn't actually underestimate him. Jiren is just clearly suppressing himself, and yet everything he's doing is already impressing him. But with Frieza and Cell and even Boo, actually not even Boo, really. It's mostly Frieza and Cell. Yeah. That's when he does, he overestimates himself and underestimates his opponent, but not necessarily. It took it forever for him to actually acknowledge his opponent's strength, like, went out being blinded by his ego. So, I don't know.
him dying twice so far, he's still around somehow, kicking ass and being a dick.
I am a Super Saiyan! And you can burn in hell!
Oh, that is so raw. That is so raw. Alright, Shadow, and funny enough, I do kind of scale Sonic, so I actually do have things to say for Shadow, weirdly enough. I was going to do it sort of separate, like a Sonic, death battle reaction, but why not? I could do it right now, so that's alright.
Built by Professor Gerald Robotnik with alien DNA, Shadow the Hedgehog was created to be the ultimate
Excuse me, it's Black Arms DNA, thank you very much. There's a difference between aliens and Black Arms DNA.
life form. Despite being a powerful living weapon, Shadow's initial purpose was to provide genes capable of curing the deathly ill, specifically Gerald's granddaughter Maria. But before Shadow could be shared with the world, tragedy struck.
Then Shadow went crazy and tried to destroy the Earth for revenge.
Well, that's mainly because of Gerald Robotnik reprogramming him, but he did kind of bypass that, so not necessarily wrong, just an incomplete history, but that's fine.
But he ended up saving the day instead.
Yeah.
So people are still getting sick on Earth, so I guess he kind of forgot about that whole living cure thing.
Well, yeah, because he wasn't really perfected. Like, sure, he himself as a being was completed, but he himself wasn't, like, able to be compatible enough to actually cure Maria. I'm just saying, like, bro, I know this was pre-Generations Shadow, but even then, he himself acknowledges that, bro. Come on now. What the frick? Shadow and base is mountain level. Alright. Cherry Boy, sit over there in the corner and think about what you just said. All right, make sure you have your dummy hat on your head. All right, please. Okay, thank you.
Shadow can move
Also,
at
what's up,
supersonic
Cherry?
speeds and survive underwater and in space.
Well, I mean, if you use gameplay, he can survive in the water, but sure. Nearly indestructible. What the frick?
He's even tough enough to survive a fall to the Earth from the moon.
Hold on. Nearly indestructible. I mean, okay, hold on. So they already have it nearly indestructible right on screen, but via gameplay, he isn't indestructible. And then right to the left, we see him nearly die to like fall to his death. Because like Sega has made it very adamant clear that they originally were gonna have Shadow just gone, like he's not coming back. But just because of popularity, he, came back obviously. But he was gonna nearly die from that. I'm just saying. So nearly indestructible is just flat out wrong. What? I don't know how you can contradict yourself while having visual proof on screen of him nearly dying. Also, hypersonic speed. That's hilarious. That is hilarious, bro. 2011? Is this? I think this is. I'm trying to remember. I think this is post colors, right? So this is before Generations. Yeah, heck no. Either way, it doesn't matter, bro. That is terrible. Hypersonic speed scaling for Shadow? Ugh! Nah, bro. Nah. Even in base, he could definitely be given like FTL speeds. Like, especially during this time period, FTL for sure. Heck no. And then with Superform, oh my gosh. If we're talking about his Superform, oh my gosh. Hypersonic speed is beyond terrible downplay, bro. The best feat Sonic is he destroyed a mountain and break chains that were hiding. Not really, actually. If we're talking about feats, sir, but in terms of actual scaling, no. Sonic was stated to only be supersonic. Well, stated. You say stated, but it's not actually his peak, alright? When did power scalers start to dang, I can't even see it, gosh dang it. Actually put Sonic at light speed. Definitely not during this time frame. If we're talking about just when did he actually achieve light speed, that obviously has to be Adventure era, because anything past before that, people always rely on Sonic CD because of the time travel feat, but that's not really applicable. To an extent it could be, but it's more like time travel hacks and not actually speed feats. So I'm trying to think if I'm trying to remember. I don't think so from the life of me. At least from the top of my head. So he definitely has like high speeds up there. Oh, wait. No. Okay. I just remembered. So technically, yes, in Sonic CD, it's gonna be weird, but okay. So hear me out. So there are those bugs, those light bugs. I already forgot their names, but in cutscene and in gameplay, Sonic is able to dodge, like react and dodge to those like literal light beam attacks from those enemies in base, by the way. And I'm pretty sure they were actually calced to be like relativistics or like sub-relativistic speeds, just because he's literally reacting to like light base attacks by those freaking moth. What, dang it, I keep forgetting what they're called, but those bugs attacks can be like literal light based attacks. So one way or another, that is like nigh light speed scaling for Sonic, and that's via gameplay and cutscene scaling. So you can sit down now, Cherry Boy. All right, you already lost on that supersonic speed scaling. You're done with that, Playboy. And then obviously Adventures era, the light speed dash attack with his shoes and stuff. That's more adamant proof he's and base light speed. And even if you say, oh, but that's just a technique only, that doesn't matter. He's using a technique that makes him reach those speeds no matter what. So either way, and keep in mind, that was base classic Sonic era. So if you include his super form, then he's just gonna be blatantly faster. So you know what I'm saying? So no matter what, even during the classic era, Sonic was already close to those FTL feats, no matter what. So, nah. But the statements only put him at Mach 1. Shut up. You clearly you need to check your sources more, man. All right. All right, Cherry Boy. Yeah, just go to the corner again. Sit there for another hour. All right. Just sit there for an hour and then maybe reconsider. All right, let's continue. Anyways, sorry.
Well, it wasn't exactly the moon, but Shadow survived a fall of about 200,000 miles. By the time he hit the ground, he was falling at a rate of over 6 million.
Well, I mean, he was picked up by Eggman with his robot, so I'm not sure. I can't remember what's the specific dialogue, if he did actually hit the crater or he was just falling, but then he was caught up. I can't remember, but whatever.
Million feet per second.
I feel sorry for whatever was around when he landed. Some guy just walking along there.
You only use official sources. Well, I'm using my official sources as well. It's called the video game. It's called the cutscenes. I don't know what else I gotta say, Playboy.
Right. Shadow possesses a natural link to the Chaos Force, a never-ending pool.
Oh no. Oh no. They are actually using Archie things in this matchup. Oh, this is even worse in hindsight. Oh my. Oh no. Yo, this is actually worse than I was considering. I thought they were just like, alright, we're just gonna do gameplay Shadow. Or not gameplay, just game continuity Shadow. No, they're actually bringing up a bit of like Archie, like they're sliding him a bit of text in there. Heck no. Y'all thought I was gonna miss that? Oh, this is even worse in hindsight, bro.
Of unbelievable energy.
Can you use defend, heal? Yeah, from Sonic Battle, or some Sonic Battle.
He can fire several different energy-based projectiles like Chaos Spears and Beams, but his most powerful attack is Chaos Blast, a huge explosion which annihilates everything around him in seconds.
He can also manipulate time and space with Chaos Control.
Yes.
So depending on the situation, using this technique to its fullest takes time and is impractical in combat.
What? You guys have literally listed what he can do in combat, and in Sonic Battle, he literally uses Chaos abilities in battle. You know what I'm saying? It's like, what do you mean I'm not saying there isn't like some like build up to him using his abilities, but like, what kind of build up are y'all referring to? Are we talking like an hour build up? I'm just saying. If they're referring to like the arc ability specifically, you could just say, oh, well, he got stronger since that specific event. You know what I'm saying? In case people don't know what I'm getting at, it's like Sonic 06 scaling is absolutely absurd upscale to the cast. And even more so with Sonic Battle. Like, Sonic Battle is also surprisingly pretty nifty with its, upscale with Chaos Energy, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, I don't know what they're trying to get at with that, and no, they're just blatantly wrong. Shadow can literally use Chaos abilities during combat, and is shown even in gameplay, because people generally consider gameplay concessions or like gameplay presentation as like the low end, which is fine, because obviously, it's a video game. It's gonna be a boring game if they're somehow accurate to what they're doing all the time. There has to be a narrative and whatever. So we get that part. But it's like, if the fact that even through gameplay visuals, Shadow is able to still use his abilities mid-combat and still keep up with Sonic's speed, I don't know why would they imply that, oh, well, Shadow can't really use his abilities to the fullest during combat. It's like, what? I don't get it. That's, no.
Also, Shadow wears 2 inhibitor rings, which restrict his access to the Chaos Force to maintain control. Should he remove them, his power increases immensely, but is somewhat uncontrollable and quickly tires him out.
I mean, yeah, to an extent, sure. I'm trying to think of examples. Obviously, in Sonic X, that's definitely true. He had to be given his replacement rings. And then what else? Obviously, there are the Archie comics. Yeah, I mean, to an extent, sure. It's more like a last resort type of thing. It's definitely not something he normally does. And to be fair, even without, or even with them, he's still pretty strong with the inhibitors. But yeah, sure, whatever.
His Chaos power also increases depending on the number of Chaos Emeralds he has. And when he gets 7 of them, he goes super.
Super Shadow is the pinnacle of his powers, receiving a 1000% increase.
He can
Oh. Wow. Oh, man. Are you kidding me, bro? 1000% increase in super form. Where the frick did that number come from? Can someone explain to me where the heck did that number come from? Like, huh? I don't... Is there a guidebook that somehow implies that? I don't know where that's coming from, but okay. That is... No, that is just absolute no. Automatic flight, sure. Unlimited endurance. Well... I was going to say, technically that's also kind of wrong, because normally, yes. But if there are enemies who are able to bypass your invincibility, or just your hacks, really, because of the super form, technically you can still get damaged and exhausted out, because, for example, in Sonic Unleashed, Sonic was literally in a super form, but by the end of the fight with Dark Gaia, he literally passed out and had to get he had to get picked up by Chip. And then I'm trying to think of another example. I guess that's about it. But oh wait, no, hold on. I just realized technically they're also bringing up other sources like Sonic X and the Archies. In Sonic X, Sonic got tired out after fighting Metarex. And then obviously we literally saw, they literally put a screenshot of a visual scene of Shadow falling and running out of energy when he was in a super form. So that also just crosses out their unlimited endurance, because otherwise he shouldn't have fallen to his death. He would have just picked himself up and be fine. So I'm just saying, Death Battle, you are clearly are getting this wrong. I'm just saying. And then Archie is also just as bad as well, because in Archie Sonic, there's so many fights where he's both, not just Shadow, but Sonic in a super form is fighting someone of equal power or above his power, and is also shown to get exhausted or straight up just knocked out of his super form. So, no. No, that's just blatantly wrong, Death Battle. Come on now.
fly, move near the speed of light, and is totally invincible.
Despite this
Okay, well, there you go. They're blatantly wrong. They just said something wrong. Totally invincible. Yeah, no. The Archie, Sonic X, and all the video games completely begs to differ. That's just a blatant debunk right there. No, he's not. He can be, but there are ways to bypass their invincibility hacks, so no. This is one of the fewest times where they're just objectively wrong. Straight up just false. Like actual fake news right here, bro. I wish I was being mean, but no, that is no. If you know your Sonic stuff, what they just said is 100% wrong.
Shadow super form can only last a few minutes.
And that's also technically wrong, because technically, I also learned this a while back, but in Sonic Advance, I want to say 1, we actually learned that in the true ending, Sonic beats the true final boss, Eggman, whatever. And then on screen, it literally says, 2 days later or a few days later, Tails is trying to look for Sonic, and he comes back down falling from the sky, and he's still in his super form. Literally in his super form days later. So, gameplay-wise, sure, maybe it could last a few minutes. And plus, it could be similar to a Fusion or Batara scenario where the more you use up your Chaos energy, the more likely your super form just runs out. So it could be similar to that case. Otherwise, Sonic Advance 1 did show that actually Sonic can hold that form for like pretty long amount of time. And there's nothing really in the game that really tells us that, oh, maybe he got, you know, more rings or something. He did something off screen to keep the form. Like, no, we literally don't know. He fought the final boss. There's a text that says days later, and he's still in his super form. So I'm just saying, there's not much proof to, you know, debunk that. Oh, well, maybe he had to transform again after collecting more. Like, no. So that's also wrong. There is a potential time limit, but the whole, oh, it only lasts like a few seconds, like a minute at best, is like, no. That's, no.
Considering his super speed, a short time to him is a long time to his opponents.
That's not all. I'm full of surprises.
Man, it's kind of weird saying how, like, weird, like, so the footage is really not good quality, but I understand this is a good old classic era. But yeah, I don't know, whatever.
All right, the combatants are set. Let's end this debate once and for all. Oh wait, let me get a new book first.
An audiobook?
From audible.com.
Oh great, Audible, nobody cares.
Well, that's why I get 'em.
Drop the, I don't.
Audible.com is the leading provider of downloadable
Oh, so I'm just saying,
with over 75
his name is Cherry Boy. Cherry picking, you know what I'm saying? Maybe that's the gimmick. I'm just saying, but whatever.
It's like TV for just your
Go to audiblepodcast.com.
Yeah, if you haven't realized, I was able to stretch out a 4-minute.
can't argue with free.
It's
time for a death battle.
Yeah, wow. In an hour time frame, actually no, 45-minute time frame, I somehow extended that to from a 4-minute, like 4-minute part of a video. That is impressive. You know what? I gotta pat myself in the back. I'm just saying, guys. If y'all think I'm just being, oh, you're just a biased Vegeta. No, I know my stuff when it comes to both Vegeta and Shadow, and they did both my boys wrong, like so wrong, bro. But thankfully we got the matchup now, so we can just watch and chillax. Meanwhile, I'm just eat some chips.
There you are. I knew I sensed an extraordinary power around here.
Well, that certainly sounds like me. Who and what are you?
I am Shadow the Hedgehog.
I know that. Okay, so Vegeta's voiced by Lanny Pator from T4 Star, DBZ Abridged, and Shadow, I didn't realize until then, was voiced by Takahata. So that's a deep cut reference I love. But but one thing I will say is I'm not a huge fan of the Vegeta sprite they use. Why of all the video games they could have used for Vegeta, it's this one. I'm just saying, like, I think they could have done better in terms of sprites for Vegeta.
The ultimate life form.
Ultimate life form? A weird-looking rat is an ultimate life form? That's a laugh. Word of advice, freak. You're a little on the short side to try to be threatening.
Funny. I was going to say the same thing about you.
You've just sealed your fate, fool.
The lip flaps is also so bad, but it's also kind of funny. That's charming. I'll give it that. Damn!
Gun, fire!
Dang! Alright, there you go. GG, guys. That should be the end of the fight right there. I'm just being honest. Like, nah. Shadow should have died right there. Especially if this is GT scaling Vegeta. Oh, heck no. Bruh. Low key, especially with the info we had for Sonic scaling by 2011. I'm trying to think. I don't think there's really much you can rely on to really hype up Shadow in base form. I know there's people that really want to hype him up, but nah. I'm just saying. There are some ways you can get him up there, but especially on Vegeta's level, heck no, there's not much you can rely on.
Pathetic. Before you die, let me show you a true ultimate life form. Tell me, Hedgehog. Does a lab rat like yourself experience fear?
You have no idea who you're dealing with?
Oh snap. Oh snap.
What's this?
Behold the true power I possess.
Wow, what a ripoff.
Oh snap. Oh snap. Dang. Oh snap. Oh.
Where'd he go?
Right behind you.
Oh. Yo, that was actually pretty clean.
The hell? How did I get here?
That was easier than I thought. I guess I'm better.
Cheap trick teleporting me underwater, coward. Cut the act and give up already. You're nothing compared to me. God damn it.
What the frick is that dog?
Playtime's over, runt.
Dang! Hey yo!
No. Is he insane? Chaos Control!
Would Vegeta even... Why would Vegeta even try to punch the freaking moon onto his opponent? I mean, I guess so, but like... What would that do, honestly?
Yes! I did it!
Congrats, Furball.
It's time to end this. Chaos Blast! Uh-oh.
Sayonara.
Wow. Yeah, there you go.
Oh, somebody call PETA, we're down a hedgehog!
With Super Shadow's godly power and invulnerability, the question wasn't if Vegeta could kill Shadow, it was if Vegeta could survive Super Shadow.
But Vegeta's proven time after time he can take one hell of a beat.
Oh, yeah.
It lasted long enough for Shadow to turn back to normal, giving Vegeta the opening he needed.
His loud mouth certainly helped the minutes pass too.
Looks like Shadow's time was up.
The winner is Vegeta.
Wow.
Next time on Death Battle.
What was the next one? Oh yeah, Mario vs. Sonic. Yeah. I could definitely react to that another time. Oh yeah, there you go. Sonic Colors.
Got
Alright,
an
cool.
idea for Death?
Alright, well there you go. Ay, ay, ay. And that was just from an hour, from a 9-minute video. Bro, that is actually impressive, bro. Oh my gosh. Hold on, let me bring more Dokkan, bruh. Let me get some Dokkan. You know it's not a number stream if there's no Dokkan, man. Oh my gosh. So, in conclusion, what do I gotta say about that specific matchup? Hold on. Maybe in some he can endure it, but not everyone. Okay, so clearly Cherry Boy is very passionate about Sonic scaling. He really thinks that Sonic is whack. I mean, I don't really care. You do you, boy, but whatever. I'm not... It's very clear you don't want your opinion to change, so I'm not going to really waste my time. I don't really care. Let's see, I'm trying to think. Oh yeah, so the matchup itself was pretty bad. I'm just gonna be flat out honest. I mean, bro, you already saw. I extended the video from 9 minutes to like 45, bro. Come on now. Vegeta scaling is really bad. I mean, what did they even say? Oh, he can destroy planets. Okay. Okay, he's hypersonic speed. He can survive nuclear blasts, apparently. And in Shadow, he's also hypersonic speed. Did they even bring up his power? Not really. He teleported to the moon. Yeah, I don't think they really referenced much of his power. I mean, yeah, I don't think they really said much. What the frick? What the heck? Yeah, no, obviously, in terms of a rating, wow, there really is nothing else past Vegeta versus... Yeah, there's nothing else Dragon Ball related besides that one, before the pre-Crisis matchup. Yeah, alright, cool. You know what, I'm okay with that. I'm okay with that. I'll just react to that and just end it for the day, because... Let's see. There's... Oh, gosh, there's Kirby versus Boo. That's going to take forever for me to react. And then there's the second matchup. What else? I did react to... Oh yeah, Android 18. Ugh, I remember that one. That's freaking garbage. And then obviously I did react to Hulk versus Broly. There is Roshi versus Jiraiya. Ooh, that would be interesting. Of its own live stream. I thought there was another one I'm forgetting. I could have sworn there was another one. Oh yeah, Goku Black versus Reverse Flash. Vegeta versus Thor, yeah. Ugh. I don't know. But yeah, anyways, acting-wise, I mean, it was intentionally hokey, I think. But it was kind of funny, I'll admit that. The fight itself was kind of boring, I'm not gonna lie. There wasn't even much fighting to begin with. It was just Vegeta talking, Shadow doing his teleportation tricks, and then just the moon, and then that's really it. So, I don't know, that fight was kind of boring. I did not like the Vegeta sprite, but Shadow Sonic Battle sprite, that's fine. Yeah, I'm not a fan of that matchup, honestly. The research was bad, and then the fight itself was kind of boring. Yeah, I did not like that matchup. Honestly, I'm just gonna give it a 3 at best. That's being very generous. A 3 is already really generous. I did give that 1 point for Vegeta being nearly indestructible, so I'll give credit to that, but that's about it. Vegeta, Oh yeah, Bardock versus Omni-Man. Yeah, people, to this day, people would not let go of that grudge. I don't know why. Even I was just like, okay, they clearly got some things wrong, but I was just like, no, it's still pretty good. But nah, people just wouldn't let go of it for some reason. I'm just like, alright, whatever. And that's coming from the guy who knows Dragon Ball scaling. I don't know much about Invincible, but even I'm just like, they kind of seem to get most of Omni-Man right, so I'm like, I don't know. It's kind of weird. Yeah, honestly, as their very first matchup for Dragon Ball related characters, that was really bad. They did not really get much of Vegeta right, scaling, or, you know, lore rise. I don't know. I mean, I know they did get quite a bit of it wrong for Bardock. Omni-Man, I've already been told a lot of people of what they got wrong for Omni-Man, but I'm just like, bro. Alright, you know what? Let me flip it on y'all. Y'all telling me that out of every other matchup since then, none of y'all have beef with. But Bardock versus Omni-Man was the last straw. Really now? Nah. That's what I'm saying. Like, every matchup since forever, I've already had issues with. Like, in general. Every matchup I have issues with. But y'all specifically call out that one matchup where you're like, oh no, this is where we, you know, finally, the last straw. It's like, nah, come on. Yeah, that was just terrible. I mean, okay, I could have my own thoughts and opinions. Actually, you know what, screw it. I'm just flat to say it. Especially, this is Colors era, but pre-Generations. If we're talking about base to base, for sure, Vegeta should win. Straight up. Like, you have to have like there's like one very wonky and frankly I don't even agree with it way to upscale Sonic, or like Sonic scaling to like absurd levels and base. But even I just find it finicky and frankly stupid, especially with the way it's being framed and the way the narrative is being told. I just don't agree with it. But 100%, like I'm talking like Saiyan Saga Vegeta should slap like Shadow 100%. Like, I'm just generally trying to think like how it would work in terms of like I'm generally trying to think. Yeah, I don't know. I'm trying to think, but there are only two ways you could try to hype up like base scaling, which is basically Sonic Battle and Sonic. No, not 06. Sonic and Secret Ring. So, the long story short of it, at the end, there's the A Carrier Blaster, and that AP could destroy multiple stars, which can range multi-solar system. Emerald has a portion of that energy, and Sonic in base form is literally shown to actually throw hands with Emerald. Emerald, who is amped up by Chaos Energy, albeit he is, you know, Berserker and not able to control it, so blah blah. But point is, he is fighting a Chaos Energy amped being that can low-key scale to even a small percentage of that power. And then in Secret Rings, there's a Razor Jin who's allegedly absorbed like half of like the world, like the books and stuff. And people try to claim that to be like universal, but even I'm just like, is that really how like AP kind of scales to? Because it's like the world of Arabian Nights is kind of finicky, but essentially it's like its own separate dimension. And it's kind of like a composite like Arabian storytelling into like one setting. But the point is that people try to hype that up to like universal, and so Sonic does fight this Eraser Jin at the end of the game in base. I'm not talking about his Dark Spine form. I'm talking about like pre true final fight. But let me just emphasize this: I don't believe in that scaling chain. I don't. It's just a bit wonky based on how the actual lore of the Arabian Nights realm functions. But people try to use that as a hyped up interpretation. I personally don't agree with that. So then it goes back down to Sonic Battle scaling. But even I'm just like, well, Emerald is literally being overcharged. He's literally going unstable. He can't even control himself. So it's like, is that really, you know, eh? But that being said, that's what I'm saying. It's like, well, clearly I tried my best to upscale him to Vegeta, especially GG scaling Vegeta. That's not going to work. So obviously that's what I'm saying. Vegeta and base would just stomp Shadow, especially for it comes to like specifically 2011 only scaling. So then what about their super form? Well, there's, you know, 06 with Solaris. Solaris is a literal omniscient being that can exist in the past, present, and future. And despite literally being like an omnipotent being on that level, beyond time itself, Sonic and Shadow and Silver are reacting to his attacks that requires beyond infinite speed, bro. And that's Super Shadow. So, I'm just saying, they're not only reacting and dodging attacks from an omnipotent being that's beyond 4D time, they're able to punch this being who's above infinite 4D time. Now, that being said, although Super Shadow would definitely have the speed advantage, more than likely, he will not have the AP advantage, because Vegeta can scale above Buhan, who can literally destroy the living universe. And then, especially by Baby Saga, they're way beyond the likes of, you know, universal feats. So, that's why, in terms of AP Vegeta, especially in base. This would be Vegeta in base in GT to be universal. So even if you try to put Super Shadow at like, you know, low multiversal or whatever, it doesn't matter. Vegeta would just be that level in base, and then just go Super Saiyan 1 and 2, and then worse Super Saiyan 4, and then just no diff Super Shadow. Because I'm trying to think, because I feel like he would indeed be able to bypass his invulnerability just from raw power alone. I mean, you already see how the cast is able to bypass like the regeneration of like Buhan and stuff, so I'm just saying. Shadow would definitely have the speed advantage in super form, but would that be enough to overcome him? That's hard to say, especially with how time travel works in Sonic, and whether or not that even would apply to Vegeta. That's hard to say. I don't know. And then it gets worse if you include like, and then even if we try to upscale the cosmology of Sonic to go like beyond dimensions like 4D, 5D, that doesn't matter because, you know, Dragon Ball has like otherworld cosmology. You have, you know, the realm of Kais, and so on and so forth. So if you really downplay GT scaling for Vegeta, sure, you can definitely give an edge to Super Shadow. But if you just both hype up both of them at the same time, I'm still giving it to Vegeta, no matter what. And oh, it's even worse. If y'all are all about like, oh, but the movies, numbs. Alright, fine, screw it. You want to throw the movies in just for extra credit? Fine, Vegeta just wins then, at that point. Oh yeah, to be fair, I forgot. Technically, he is like an omniscient being, so he's not even relying on immeasurable speed attacks. But the fact that Shadow's injuring an omniscient being that's literally everywhere and everywhere on the past, present, and future, that's even more impressive in hindsight in terms of, you know, what he was doing. But point is, everyone who's, you know, oh yeah, I forgot to put the I forgot to put the chat box in. Everyone who really is really trying to argue with Cherry, don't even bother. He has a very weird fascination to downplay Sonic scaling, which I don't really care. Do what you gotta do. I don't really care. That's not my business. No, I'm just saying because this is based on what Death Battle was trying to use for Vegeta versus Shadow, so that's what I'm saying. If you want extra credit, if you include the movies and, you know, on top of their GT lore plus the games and stuff, oh, then yeah, Vegeta just wins. So you can definitely hype up Shadow to make the fight more interesting. Maybe someday I could do my own matchup version of it, but I'm just saying that it's not one-sided as Cherry Poi is doing. Alright. Enough intermission, guys. I made my point very clear. That matchup sucks. It was bad. It was boring. The fight itself wasn't even interesting. I guess the dialogue was funny. That's something. But that's about it. That's all I can really say about that matchup. That fight sucks. I literally paused the video so many times. And I don't know. It's bad. I don't know if anyone else wants to have their own last opinion about the actual matchup itself or what I had to say about the video itself, but yeah, terrible. So now you know what we're going into. The infamous, the actual crisis event. What started it all. Just watch authors and official statements. Well, and pure feats with statements. Well, I'm all the above. I use everything. As long as consistency is prioritized, that's all that matters. If Dragon Ball scaling has constant consistency of being above moon level across all the boards, author statements, games, animes, guidebooks, and so forth, then they're objectively above moon level, no matter what. So it's likewise, if Sonic across, you know, the entire franchise from games to guidebooks, author statements to feats is shown to be above moon level, you know, and so forth, then fine. And the same thing applies to their speed stats, hacks, resistance, and whatnot. Oh no, it's even worse that they included Archie. I forgot about that. I didn't really bring up Archie, but it's not even worth it at this point. Like including Archie on top of his game scaling would like that would it would prove more. It would have more consistency of the hyped up, you know, scaling I was bringing up for Shadow. So, although specifically in the super form, in terms of actual like in terms of base, nah, it really base in terms of actual base scaling for Archie Sonic, nah, it would not have helped Shadow. If you're talking about a super form, oh yeah, definitely, 100%. Yeah, Archie's bro. For, like a while back, like last year, I sat down to genuinely not just power scale, but also just to read Archie Sonic for once in my life all the way through. I gotta head to work. I'll check the rest of the VOD later. No problem, Angus. And yeah, I was beyond disappointed in terms of just development of the actual story, but also scaling. Because I'm just like, everyone keeps hyping it up because I'm just like, okay, I'm not going to have any expectations. I just want to see what the actual story shows. And I agree. People overhype Archie Sonic way too much. Both in terms of quality for the story and also in terms of scaling. It's okay, but nah. It was nah. But anyways, we've done more than enough. We're gonna go to the next infamous, the creme de la creme of absolute garbage, the worst matchup video of all time by Death Battle for so many reasons. It's low-key, unironically, had it not been for this matchup, I probably would have gotten into power scaling. I would have been introduced into that world, but thanks to Death Battle, they did introduce me to this world, and I'm glad. I'm glad for the right things it taught me, but I also am dissatisfied by the things they've done. It's absolutely terrible. And also, I'm not going to say like, oh, are you proud, numbers, that you were introduced to Pascal? Not really. Especially given the garbage things they have to say for this matchup. So, 30 minutes. This is going to be one heck of a movie. If I was able to drag a 9 minutes to 45, 30 minutes is probably going to be 3 hours at this rate. So, let me just set this up real quick. Increase the audio up again. Oh yeah, no problem. It's every live stream is always going to be on my channel. Even so, no matter what, it's always going to be there. Just click on the live section, and then it's always going to be there. The latest one. In full. Yeah, again, I'll keep the chat box out just because I'm sure people will probably complain that it's annoying to watch it with the video on front. So let me get that out of the way. All right, there you go. Let me drop it down a little. Is that good? Yeah, that's fine. All right. And let me increase the quality. 720, ew. Especially for this kind of matchup. Wow, alright. Alright, guys. Let's get it. You all saw the thumbnail. Here we are. Let's do this. Yeah, trust me, guys. I've got things to say. It's about time I finally have things to say about this matchup. And if the audio is low, just tell me.
Born to dying races and sent to brave new worlds, these two alien saviors are legendary. And everybody
Saviors?
wants to know who would kick whose ass in a fight. And I mean everyone. Goku, the tenacious Super Saiyan. And Superman, the Man of Steel. To ensure no questions are left unanswered, we will be acknowledging every official resource for both combatants.
Emphasis one more time. They will use every source imaginable for both of these characters. So that means every outliers is allowed. Every downplay is allowed. Every one-time usage is allowed. Every single feat, statements, lore, guidebooks, video games, musics, crossovers, every single thing officially available for these characters is available for this matchup. This came out 12 years ago. Gosh dang. I feel old. Not really. Came out 2013, alright guys? I think this was just right about as Battle of Gods was about to come out. I can't remember, but that's as far as I can remember. In terms of, you know, what we were at. In terms of sources. Yeah, Vegito EX. I remember him.
though the original writings hold precedence. No mistranslations allowed. Also, as he was retconned and rebuilt in 1986, we will be examining the modern Superman.
Bro, I literally instinctively just rolled my eyes and facepalmed so hard. How can you contradict your own statement in the same video just a few seconds to what you just said prior? Hold on, right here. Let's go back.
Questions are left unanswered, we will be acknowledging every official resource for both combatants.
And then what does he say later, a few seconds later?
Also, as he was retconned and rebuilt in 1986, we will be examining the modern Superman.
So he literally just contradicted the same thing that he said prior. We're going to use every source out there for both combatants, except we're not going to use the same every source for each combatant. How do you do that? That is actually impressive, Death Battle. Did you even proofread your own scripts? How does that work? Yeah, we're gonna use every source for Superman, but we're not gonna use every source from from Superman anything past or before 1986. What? Bro, I'm actually having a stroke just trying to comprehend what they just did. Was this before the New 52 or after? I believe. Oh shoot! I believe this should be. Oh, frick! I want to say it's before 52, because I believe the sequel was definitely after 52 was released, and I don't recall them mentioning in 52 on this one, so I don't think so. But I'm not an expert of Superman, but it doesn't matter. They literally said a few seconds separated from one another, they should use every source from Superman, but then they just blatantly retcons that by saying, no, we're only just going to use anything past 86. So that's even better. Great. Thanks, guys.
Considering Supes pre-86 could make up new superpowers on the fly and destroy entire solar systems by sneezing, probably a good idea.
Why? Why is it a good idea? You just said you're going to use every source for both characters, so just use the sources from pre-86. There's nothing wrong with that. What's wrong with using anything pre-86? Oh, because of retcons and rebuild. It doesn't matter. Who cares? Just use them. There's nothing wrong with it. Just use it. Yeah, oh my gosh.
He's Wiz and I'm Boomstick.
And it's our job to analyze their weapons, armor, and skills to find out who would win a death battle.
I will say, mad respect to Kanzenshu. And all my videos, whenever I bring up the Daizenshu, is always thanks to Kanzenshu, using the guidebook translations that I still use to this day. So mad respect to those guys. But it does not going to matter because Screw Attack is going to completely ignore all the Daizenshu guidebooks. And technically Chozenshu, if I recall. I don't think the Chozenshu existed around this time because Battle of Gods has yet to exist, and I know the Chozenshu includes Battle of Gods materials, so it doesn't really matter because the Daizenshu and other guidebooks still existed at this time period. So regardless, who cares? I will admit, it would have been more cooler if they did include the official dub actors for this matchup. Oh boy. Oh, this is so classic.
Kakarot was born to a low-class Saiyan warrior on the planet Vegeta. He narrowly escaped the extinction of his entire race when he was sent to Earth with a single, simple mission.
Destroy everything! Then he conveniently bumped his head and forgot about it all.
Dubbed Goku by his adoptive grandfather, his life revolves around combat. He cares little for anything else, unless food is involved.
Master Muten Roshi, Kolorin, Popo, Kami, Norkai, Old Kai. Old Kai? I mean, I guess so, sort of, not really. In some video games, I guess to an extent that's the relationship, but whatever.
Can I have another bowl, please?
At 12 years old, he was trained by Master Roshi and Kame-sen and Ryu.
Let's see, upon anticipation, attention, precision. I mean, I guess so. Yeah.
Which pushes a person to superhuman levels.
Complementing his Saiyan biology, Goku's superhuman strength, speed, and senses.
Oh wait, you know what? I just remembered. Yes. When they said the masters and they included Okai, I forgot. Technically, I guess what they're referencing is in GT, where he was quote unquote training under Okai to get his tail back, and initially Okai did say that he wanted to train him to master the form, lest he goes berserk, but Goku wanted to rush the training to, save his family and, stuff. So now I get why they included that. So that's definitely my mistake on my part, but now I get it.
Rocketed. He developed numerous fighting techniques, including the fast-moving after image and the dragon throw, his trademark grapple.
Yep.
At 15,
There's
he was
also a bunch of other techniques used in video games, but there's mostly just a bunch of, combination attacks physically, so whatever.
He's so powerful that the only worthy teachers left were gods. And a talking cat, but mostly gods. He was only a kid and his power level was already enormous.
It's over 9,000!
Not yet. Okay, now it is.
What? 9,000?
False. In the Japanese manga, Goku's power level at that time was 8,000. But it doesn't even matter because power levels are absurd. The entire point of introducing them was to show how unreliable and meaningless they were.
Yeah, the infamous, meaningless, and unreliable. Everyone and their mama to this day still... You will find... You'd be surprised how many people to this day still say the same stupid thing. Oh, parallels are unreliable. Shut up. Oftentimes they say that because they actually didn't read the story. Or also because they think that, no, I don't want to think. That requires too much effort. So, yes, they are reliable. Yes, they have meaning. But the whole point was it not because of the fact they were unreliable, was because the characters themselves were underestimating the main protags. Toriyama has already emphasized how he introduced them for a reason, so readers can understand how strong characters are and how strong their enemies are. But, as he said, he got rid of them not because they were meaningless or unreliable, it's just because it would spoil the fight. That's literally the only thing Toriyama has said verbatim. And it's not, it's also like the scouter itself is reliable. They can't sense what is, hidden. They can only sense what is shown. Obviously, if you hide your power, well, the scouter can only sense what is able to see or witness. So that's why the whole, parallels are unreliable is so stupid. I don't get why people to this day still can't wrap around the idea of power levels, because even that is such a basic power scaling concept literally implemented in story. It's not just this is what the fans think. No, it's still being used by the cast, and it's not clearly shown to be wrong. Like when Vegeta sees, oh shoot, his power level is 8,000, and he fights Goku with the power level of 8,000, he's like, alright, yeah, Kakarot is pretty strong. I'm still stronger than him, but he's still, pretty good. So it's like, I don't get why people still to this day have that. What is the stream about? We are reacting to not every, but some Dragon Ball Death Battle matchups. And I'm reacting to them, I'm reviewing them, I'm giving my hardcore criticism towards them because I don't know why people keep hyping up Death Battle, some good series show. I'm just like, no, they haven't been good since the beginning. They aren't really that good even now. So there you go. They haven't really changed all that much. They've improved a few bits and pieces, but their research and presentation is still kind of iffy here and there. So, and you may be saying, oh, I'm just beating up a dead horse. I'm just like, I don't care. This is what I do.
By relying on power levels, the villains constantly underestimated the heroes.
Yes.
Therefore, using them to judge Goku's abilities is pointless.
No, it can also be a good fundamental idea as to where they are. And plus, keep in mind, The aliens in Dragon Ball, like the Frieza Force, they couldn't sense ki, so they can't really, reliably understand how strong these characters are because ki sensing was not a thing in their force. That's why they use scouters as like a tech alternative. If they did have ki sensing, they could indeed have a better understanding as to what they do. But because they didn't, well, there you go. They use scouters. Likewise, keep in mind that they were made specifically for aliens, super powered aliens, not for humans. So no duh, it's not going to be, linear because it's not meant for humans. If it was meant for humans, our system would probably be even way worse, honestly, or way inferior compared to what they do. So that's why that everything that they're saying about the parallels is frankly dumb and just they don't know anything what they're saying.
Besides, the Daizenshuu says that...
What now?
The official Dragon Ball Encyclopedia. It states power levels eventually become immeasurable. Not because they're so high they can't be measured, but because the characters and hopefully the audience...
I have the exact same statement as to what is said. It blatantly says their power level is beyond scouter reading, bro. They can literally reach infinite. And keep in mind, these guys blatantly say they'll use every source out there. Well, guess what? In GT, at the very end of Goku's, lifetime, pre-Battle of Gods, obviously, for this video, even with the advanced technology of the, what's it called? The Tuffles, i.e., the machine mutants, General Rildo tried to use his tech to sense Goku's power level, and he's like, bro, we cannot even read his. It's so immeasurable, we can't even read it. So it's like, yes, if the guidebook itself says that their powers are beyond infinite, and by GT era, Rildo himself is getting the same results with better tech compared to what the Z Gang had and Earth, yes, it's very adamant that their powers are way beyond infinite, especially given what they can do in combat or, AP-wise.
Have realized just how futile these numbers are.
I'm still
shut
10
up.
times stronger than you are. That may be true, but strength isn't the only thing that matters.
We cannot judge Goku by his power level, nor can we through power scaling, the theory that he can achieve the same feats as lesser Dragon Ball characters.
There you go. That is the infamous thing. They pretty much dug their grave right there. I do not know why. To this day, by the way, 2025, all right? For some reason, not just Death Battle, but some people here and there, for whatever reason, they have it in their brain that a character cannot do feat A because they did not perform feat A. So basically, a great example from recent Death Battle matches is Deku versus Miles Morales Spider-Man. People in their heads think that, oh, Miles cannot be above planet level because he never destroyed a planet. Therefore, he's not planet level. But that's where power scaling comes in, because we're not saying that you have to perform these feats to be this level. All you need to do is perform other feats that scale you to other characters that can do similar calibers of power. Because it's not because we believe that has to be the case. It's because of what is shown in panel. Oh, no, excuse me. Let me get some water. Too much chips. So basically, for example, easy example. Thanos could punch away a planet. Thor can destroy a star. Galactus literally eats planets. So obviously these enemies or characters should be planet level based on their actual feats on panel, on screen, whatever. So logically, you have to assume that, okay, if they can generate so much energy to destroy these things, surely it will take just as much energy to even damage them. Because obviously, if a guy can withstand a nuke to the face and not get a single scratch, you have to generate more power than a nuke. And if someone can damage them, they're above a nuke. It's simple logic right there. Now, the reason why I bring this up is because of what people want to believe. So, let's say in my scenario, Thanos is above planets. He destroys stars. He destroys a galaxy, right? So when we see on panel, it's not stated, it's not inferred, there's no implications, there's no vagueness. No, on screen, on panel, Miles Morales punches Thanos to the face and he bleeds. He nearly gets one-shotted. I'm not saying this actually happened. I'm just saying as a hypothetical scenario. So what does this mean? Well, clearly, if a galaxy exploding to Thanos to the face cannot damage him, like not even a single scratch, but Miles Morales can, he has to have AP on that level. That does not mean he always punches us with like galaxy explosions. No, we're just saying he can generate levels that can phase those enemies, okay? I don't know why people want to deny that logic. And I understand that maybe from a narrative or writing perspective, it does sound silly, which it is. I get it. But that's not our fault. That's the writer's fault for making these characters blatantly overpowered, yet writing the story as it need to. Because, like, I didn't draw the manga panel. I didn't draw a panel where Miles literally punches Thanos. That's the artist's fault. That's the writer's fault. For whatever reason, they're in their minds, they're like, yes, we have to show on screen Miles punching Thanos and he's actually bleeding. That's not my fault, all right? So that's why we're not saying that every time Miles punches, it has to have the equivalence of a galaxy being destroyed. No, obviously, there's levels. He can hold back. He might be suppressed. He might be nerfed. He might be buffed, whatever. We're not saying he's always 100% of the time. Imagine in real life, you're always punching at 100%. No, you can just throw a random punch. You know, you're not running 100%. No, you could be holding back. You're pacing yourself, etc. There's so many ways to justify the attack potency, the striking power. That's what we use in versus battle matchups, the definition term. That's why we're using those examples. And I keep bringing this up because Goku has done a lot of feats that is quite frankly not impressive. He doesn't even destroy a moon. He's stated to be able to, but he's not shown to be able to do so. He's implied to be able to destroy a planet, but never does, really. Unless, actually, no, he does, technically. Actually, no, not really. That wasn't his fault, but whatever. You get the idea. And that's why I bring this up, because, like, it's not just a Goku or Superman thing. No, it's fiction in general. People just, for some reason, don't want to believe Miles possibly being above planet level or universal, because it doesn't, it goes beyond their understanding of the characters. Or like Sonic. Sonic being universal sounds dumb because he's just a blue hedgehog. He's just from a video game. That doesn't make sense, numbers. It's like, too bad. Just because you don't want to understand it, just because you are unable to comprehend the analysis of the story, does not make it wrong. That's just you being in denial of what is the truth of the storytelling. All right? And I know this is a long tangent. I'm so sorry, but I really have to emphasize this point because for some reason, people just don't understand the most basic principle of power scaling. It has to be something you need to understand if you really want to get to the bottom fundamentals of power scaling. If you can't understand that, you might as well not even be bothering power scaling. Because keep in mind, there are people who are anti-power scalers, and yet they don't understand that basic fundamental. You know, they always are like, oh, but Stan Lee said, the writer decide who wins. I know that. Who cares? That's not relevant to the topic. We're talking about the actual understanding of the events happening in the story, not whether what must happen. Yeah, and that's another point. It's like, to go back to Miles Morales, we're not saying every single time he punches, he must be destroying galaxies. No, we're just saying he has the ability to damage someone who has the capacity to do so, okay? We're not saying Miles must always be punching galaxies on screen. We're just saying, hey, he is really strong if he can punch someone like Thanos, like Galactus, like, you know, the Heralds, you know, a dimensional being, and so on. It's impressive if Deku can suddenly punch, I don't know, freaking Frieza in the face. It'd be impressive if Pikachu can somehow damage a 4D god, you know what I'm saying? So I don't know why people complain about these things when I'm just like, bro, that's not our fault. We're just trying to interpret why the events of the story happens like this. And these are the best explanations we can give. We're not saying you can't complain about the quality of the storytelling. We're just saying this is what it is, all right? So there you go. I don't know why people complain, but that's just what it is. This is an objective thing for comic book characters like Spider-Man. The difference with Dead for... Yeah. And that's another thing is we're not saying the characters can't fluctuate. We get that they can fluctuate here and there, but that's why we go back to consistency. I always debate about that. I'm not saying Goku must always be planet level every single second. Like, no. At this minimum, he's planet level. Maybe in the middle, he's solar system. And then at this very end, he's universal throughout the entire story of his journey, right? It's almost as if he grows in, power. He controls himself. So it's the same principle for any other fictional character across any medium. Games, comics, video games, TV, novels, etc. That's why I hate the fact that people think that we only rely on outliers or only rely on low balls. It's like, no, we can rely on consistency based on what the authors want to show or present them at what they're mainly good at doing. Because otherwise, well, then there'll be no consistency and you can just put any character up and down and all around. So there you go. But yeah, again, that's why this part really irked me to this very day as to why, to this day, not just Death Battle, but any non-power scaler or anti-power scalers just refuse to understand. And that's why I don't bother debating people like Cherry on chat who's like, no, Sonic can't be universal. It's like, I don't care. You clearly don't want to change your mind. You don't want to have an honest conversation or discussion. I'm not going to waste my time. So that's why I'm just like, if you deal with those people, just don't bother. Don't even waste your time. I try to learn as I go. I'm open to anything as long as it's consistent. So that's why I'm just, I to this day, Screw Attack still hasn't learned from this. Even to this day, they still tend to rely on feats over statements, over lore, over narrative, over guidebooks. I get that it's obviously easy to, analyze, to research, or put the calcs in, but it's not the only thing you can rely on. You can rely on everything, not just pure feats, because otherwise, most characters are going to be weaker than they're actually presented. You know what I'm saying? So, I don't know.
Goku's
And what if other well-known power guys do think like this? Yeah.
abilities are tailored to his personal training and experiences, not to mention anatomy.
I can breathe in space and you can't.
However, Goku does have a knack for mimicking ki techniques.
Ki is metaphysical, made up of things such as vigor, courage, and being in one's true mind.
It's basically a kind of natural life force energy and is a fundamental component of Taoist medicine and martial arts. Oh, and it's not magic.
Dragon Ball creates a very distinct difference between Ki and
Yes.
magic. Ki is dependent on the physical ability of the user, and magic users like Babidi are clearly using something different.
Goku harnesses and manipulates his ki energy.
Into badass lasers and stuff,
Yeah.
like ki blasts, energy barriers, and the Destructo Disc, which he totally stole from Krillin. The solar flare blinds opponents, and the spirit bomb puts energy from other things into a giant death ball that takes freaking forever to make.
And energy taken from sentient beings must be voluntary. The spirit bomb is fueled by positive energy, which is only effective against those filled with negative energy,
That's one thing they also got wrong. Hold on.
aka evil.
Hold on.
In the Super Android
Okay. No. I think it was at the very end, but no, that's definitely wrong. So you can, if you're pure of heart or even possibly pure evil, you can still manipulate. You can still interact with the spirit bomb, but you're not immune to it. It's still an attack, and obviously we learned from Super. Goku nearly died from his own attack despite being pure of heart, so we know that's debunked. But even if we say, oh, that was after this video was made, that doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Even pre-Battle of Gods and stuff, no. As long as if you get hit by the attack, you're gonna get damaged unless you're stronger than the attack itself. So no, it doesn't matter if you're pure-hearted, good or evil or whatever. You're still gonna get injured by the attack. So I wanted to clarify that point because I know people for some reason get that confused. That's a weird misconception that still to this day people get wrong. But no, pure of heart does not make you immune to the spirit bomb. You're still gonna get damaged no matter what.
13 film, Goku actually absorbs the ki gathered from the spirit ball,
Yes.
becoming one with it, transforming and manipulating the energy himself.
Yes.
But his two best moves are the Dragon Fist, where he supercharges his punch with a golden key dragon,
Yep.
and the one and only Kamehameha, a giant focus beam which every kid in the world has always wanted to do. Don't lie, you've tried it.
Goku also uses ki for telekinesis and high-speed flight. He can even sense the power and location of other ki sources, then teleport directly to them with instant transmission.
Yep.
Which is light speed.
You
Nope.
dematerialize and travel as a mass of light.
Again, false. This is another mistake in translation. According to the original manga, instant transmission is, well, instant.
Yeah.
Its only flaw is that it requires concentrated focus.
It's no good. I can't concentrate.
Also, he can read.
I guess they didn't bring it up, but yes. Also, they did say every source is available, so keep in mind, it's already stated that instant transmission relies on the teleportation zone, and as we learn, the teleportation zone is beyond the scope of time and space, and if you really hype up the interpretation, you can actually put that to like immeasurable speed, which is ironically actually confirmed within what was it in Xenoverse 1, and to an extent even Heroes in general. So, and Goku can use that during combat. So I'm just saying, but that is one of the oh no, so yeah, I forgot. The reason why I bring this up is because in Metacooler literally grabs Goku out of mid teleportation during combat, and that was base Goku. So he'd be even more stronger, because keep in mind that movie is supposedly meant to happen during its own era of like the Cell games. Obviously it's its own multiverse dimension, that doesn't matter, but as a composite version for this matchup, GT Goku should have, the same ability to do so, because he would obviously scale beyond the likes of Metacooler, especially by GT era. So that's why it's like, yes, that would apply him to like unironic, like beyond infinite speed scaling. At least beyond infinite speed scaling, that's for sure.
Minds.
Wait, what? Is there no limit to this key thing?
There is. Goku draws from a finite pool of ki energy. So to increase his power, Goku perfected the art of Kaioken. This amplifies Goku's ki, multiplying his strength, speed, defense, and so on.
Okay, here's another thing they got wrong, or that they missed. His highest multiplication is 20 times. That's actually false. His highest multiplication is 100 times, because from Lord Slug. In Lord Slug, there is the V-Jump scan, where it's promoting him using Kaioken times 100, which is actually proven confirmed to be true, because there was once an old Japanese trailer to promote the movie where, for whatever reason, they decided to remove in the official movie Masako Nozawa, as Goku says, Kaioken times 100 when he, attacked Lord Slug. So, no, the actual maximum amplification is 100 times, if we include that as well. Also, to answer your question, Adriel, this never destroys the universe, but he fights characters that can, universal guys are already going to destroy the universe. Yeah, that's another great example. Like, just because Sonic himself has never been shown to create or destroy universe, the mere fact he can literally fight beings that are destroying universes and he defeats them has to make him above universal, or at least within the same range. It works for any character. Godzilla, Kirby, Mario, Star Wars characters, Jedis and Siths, Doctor Who, like literally any famous IP or, obscure character will still have a similar logic to play around no matter what.
Only one problem. It puts a giant strain on his body and could even kill him.
Kaioken times 20.
Kaioken!
But
KO
Goku does
what?
not have to rely solely on his ki. He wields the Power Pole, a magical staff which expands and contracts.
When he's hurt, eating a sensu bean heals him up. And
Yep.
to get around, he rides the Flying Nimbus, a flying cloud which probably tastes like cotton candy.
Still, the Kaioken was Goku's...
Oh, wait, hold on. Sorry. I wanted to... Okay.
Flying cloud which probably...
Mach 5? 1.5? Is that true? I could have sworn it was faster than that. I can't remember from the top of my head. I'm not sure that is true. I could have sworn it goes beyond faster than that. I'm pretty sure it goes faster than that. I can't recall. If it is right, then that's fine. But I swear that one of the guidebooks does actually give the Flying Nimbus a speed. But I can't remember it. That's fine, but yeah.
Probably tastes like cotton candy.
Still, the Kaioken was Goku's trump card for some time until a fateful battle with the tyrant Frieza, who pushed Goku past his limits to achieve the legendary form of Super Saiyan.
Yep.
There are 4 different levels of Super Saiyan, each drastically boosting his power.
Like the Kaioken, each form does burden his body, though Goku has trained to minimize this.
Yes.
Super Saiyan 3 multiplies the already combined power of Super Saiyan 2 by 4, but comes at a horrible price. That hair. Oh, and it pretty much destroys his body while he's using it, but my god, the hair!
Fortunately for Goku, the life-sapping Super Saiyan 3 form would be trumped by his final transformation, Super Saiyan 4. This form alters his body to better endure the 4,000 times power increase.
Complete with pink fur and eyeshadow. Fear the ultimate form.
With each transformation...
Okay, that's it. Alright. So here's the things that's wrong. Okay, Great Ape, that's correct. Full power Super Saiyan is 50 times. That's blatantly wrong. Again, I bring this up, and I'll continue to support it unless there's more evidence to justify the other side. Grade 1 and Grade 4 are not the same multipliers. Grade 1, the OG transformation against Frieza is 50 times. That's fine. But once Goku finishes training with Gohan in the time chamber and fights Cell, Grade 4 is above Grade 2, which is above Grade 1, and Grade 3 gives the user a 10 times strength boost, but nerfs the speed. Grade 4 is supposed to rival, if not equal, or rival or surpass even that of Grade 2 and 3. Meaning, at the bare minimum, it should be 10 times above Super Saiyan 1, which is 500 times. Meaning, by the Cell games, Grade 4 Goku is actually getting 500 times stronger onto base. And then the rest is still the same. Super Saiyan 2 would still be 2 times. But instead of it being 100 times, it's actually 1,000 times. Super Saiyan 3 is not, 400 times. It's actually 4,000 times over base. And Super Saiyan 4, that's also wrong. I was also curious as to where they ever got that number. They never really explained it. I think they just assumed Grade 8 was just 10 times and then just stack that on top of Super Saiyan 3. But I did my own baby Vegeta scaling video, which I'm very proud of, and I'm happy with how it ended up as. We actually learned that via Golden Grade Ape is 10 times above Super Saiyan 3 because Super Saiyan 3 Goku did nothing to strongest form 2 Vegeta, baby, but his Golden Grade Ape form did actually damage him. And then baby himself gets the same 10 times boost. So the reason why that matters is because if the mere 8 times boost difference between strong form 2 baby and Super Saiyan 3 was so much that he couldn't even damage him, then surely Golden Grade Ape baby should be no diffing Super Saiyan 4 Goku. But no. Every source out there, the perfect files, the characters in the series itself, acknowledge that baby has the edge in power, but Goku has the edge in speed. Even the Chozenshu says they're comparable. And even baby himself had to rely on foul tricks just to get the edge on him. So it's and they even got a double KOs. So obviously they are comparable. So that means since baby himself got the 10 times boost, Goku himself had to get another 10 times boost just to maintain that relative power level. So no, Super Saiyan 4 is not 10 times of Super Saiyan 3, but more like 100 times of Super Saiyan 3. And especially with Xenoverse 2 that we learn, it further amplifies the Grade 8 powers onto Super Saiyan 4. So that's obviously wrong. And it gets even worse because one of the anime comics straight up says that it says Vegito is comparable or stronger than Super Saiyan 4. Now, people have two interpretations. Either they mean Buu Saga Vegito is equal to Baby Saga Super Saiyan 4 Goku, or the Potara multiplier that resulted Vegito is equal or superior to the Super Saiyan 4 multiplier. I personally lean on that one because in the Daizenshu, the Potara is confirmed to be above Super Saiyan 3, so that would just be another extension to it. Now the reason why I bring this up because low-key you can possibly imply Super Saiyan 4 is a Potara multiplier on top of base and stuff, which is actually pretty insane. But it's also pretty true because Goten and Trunks are strong by GT, and even though they confuse and go Super Saiyan 3, Goku's still nah. even an adult Gotenks Super Saiyan 3 would not be enough to beat Baby at grade 8 form. Only I as Super Saiyan 4 could, though. So that's what I'm saying. It's like, man, I'm just saying that multiplier, the 10 times boost, is nothing. That is absolutely garbage, bro. So I want to emphasize that point because it's been talked to death, but I had to bring it up myself. Isn't there a statement that makes the multiplier infinity? I'm talking about Super Saiyan 4. I mean, yeah, I just brought it up because keep in mind, Patara is battle power times battle power, and it's already stated that by the time post Frieza saga or Namek saga, everyone's power can no longer be measured numerically, which effectively means they are beyond infinite in terms of power level. So that means base Goku and base Vegeta is infinity times infinity to result Vegito. So yes, low-key you can unironically give Super Saiyan 4 a infinite times multiplier, which is consistent because in the same saga or in the same anime GT, General Rildo literally measured his power level and he said, bro, I cannot measure it. Just like how the guidebook says, you cannot numerically measure power levels anymore. So it's like, boom, there you go. So I don't want people on my chat or on the comment section post VOD to be like, oh, numbers, you don't know what you're talking about. It's like, no, I do know what I'm talking about. It might be overhype, which is okay. You don't need to believe. I'm just saying, don't think that there's no evidence to justify it. There is. It's a little bit extreme, but I'm just saying, even at the low ball, whatever death battle put is still wrong, no matter what.
Shadow, fear the ultimate.
And in case you want to know, essentially, if it's not a 4,000 times multiplier, it's more like a 40,000 times multiplier at the minimum. At the minimum. If you include Kaioken and his Limit Breaker, Super Saiyan 4, it could be like 400,000, maybe 800,000. It kind of depends how it works.
With each transformation, minus full powered Super Saiyan 1, Goku loses some self-control, becoming more violent and instinct-prone.
When I'm at this power level, it's hard for me to listen to reason. I just lose control.
Goku's greatest strength is his tenacity and never give up attitude. He does not fight to defeat others, he fights to defeat himself. However, this may also be his greatest weakness.
He prefers a fair fight, eager to see his opponent's maximum potential.
He's about to reach his maximum. This could be your last chance. I want him to reach his maximum. I want to fight him when he's at his best.
But when the whole world is at stake, well, hindsight is 20/20.
And although he's more than tough enough to survive in a vacuum, he clearly needs oxygen, so no breathing in space.
Plus, well, Goku's not very bright. Despite some basic schooling from Roshi, Goku has never had a day of certified formal education in his life.
That's actually wrong. He did have an education from Roshi, bro. He literally learned how to like do a bit of math and even like reading and stuff. So no. He does have some form of education. It's not like a full completed one, but he did get education. And plus he did learn a decent amount from Grandpa Gohan, you know, growing up in the boonies and stuff. I've always done, sometimes too forgiving. Yeah, but he kind of learned to get rid of that, especially by GT era. Like, since when is he ever forgiving against Super 17 or Baby or Omega? Like, nah. That was definitely like a early Saiyan Saga problem for Goku, or especially like Frieza, but by the end of it all, nah.
It took him years just to learn how to drive.
But why the hell would Goku need to drive a car?
Even so, Goku understands his weaknesses. To him, a formal education would just be a waste of time. He is already a genius when it comes to martial arts.
And even if he does get the hell beaten out of him, he improves with every fight.
And that is what Goku is all about. He thrives on becoming stronger and bursting limits, and has overcome every obstacle in his way.
Even marriage.
Goku might just be the greatest martial artist in fictional history.
What are you? I am the hope of the universe.
Oh, snap.
I am the answer to all living things that cry out for peace.
I know this isn't the official dub, but still.
Good. Nightmare to you.
Such a goated scene. By the way, did y'all notice that throughout my entire rant of Goku's, bio description, they rarely, if any at all, stated anything in terms of his abilities. Is he planet level? Is he galaxy level? We don't really know because they said no power levels or no power scaling. How fast is he? We don't know. He's just fast. How durable is he? He's kind of durable. Like, did you notice that? I just now noticed after my entire rant of just correcting a bit of the lore of the verse, they didn't really give any good stats for Goku, if anything. So I was like, what the heck was the point of that? That was all a waste of time. That was literally just fluff. It's just, oh yeah, here's just a brief description. And you're not going to give us anything pre-fight to even have some idea of how strong they are. It's like, what the heck?
My son was in the bus.
Oh yeah, Man of Steel, yeah.
He saw what Clark did.
Kal-El was born to a high-class scientist on the planet Krypton. He narrowly escaped the destruction of his home world when his father sent him to Earth with the goal of preserving human life.
Well, what a coincidence! Except for the whole saving human life thing. After landing on Earth, he was found and raised by the kids, who decided to name him Clark. And weren't they surprised when they found out he was an alien with superpowers?
Yep.
After discovering his true heritage.
By the way, like I said, I'm not a Superman expert, so probably a lot of things are gonna be missed from me. So sorry, but whatever. I'm just gonna vibe a little bit.
Clark refused to accept his Kryptonian side. He subconsciously developed mental barriers that blocked him from attaining his full power, which he would work to uncover throughout the rest of his life.
Stupid power-limiting brain?
After graduating college in 2 years and traveling the world as a secret superhero, Clark moved to the city of Metropolis as an investigative reporter and donned the red and blue to publicly announce his presence as the Superman, defender of truth, justice, and the American way.
Heck yeah.
Until he renounced his American citizenship.
Clark kept his identity a secret with the brilliant disguise of nerdy glasses and wimpy demeanor. Oh, I'm sorry. Proving that people only see what they want to believe.
Boomstick, that's surprisingly profound.
Since then, his power's been pretty inconsistent, mostly due to the writers doing whatever the hell they please.
Yes, but it's still reliable, alright?
Well, there is a legitimate explanation. Superman's powers are dependent on the ultrasolar rays of the sun.
And also, hold on a second. Something just popped in my head. Hold on, let me just say, okay. So, he just says, oh, well, Superman's power is kind of inconsistent because of the writers. I'm like, did you not watch Dragon Ball? Bro, Kid Goku literally broke a manga panel as a gag feat. Low-key, that unironically could give Goku like some outer type scaling. You know what I'm saying? But people doesn't really do that consistently because we know that's, you know, part of the gag. That's one example of inconsistency. Or how they brought up like, oh, well, Goku can't breathe in space. Like, no, he has shown he can technically breathe in space. But that's an inconsistency right there. And then it's like, oh, well, Goku can destroy planets and stuff. It's like, oh, yeah, but did you remember that one scene Krillin hit him with a rock? And that was enough for him to get hit? Because he was just relaxing? It's like, yeah. And I'm actually, you may be thinking like, oh, I'm just cherry picking. It's like, no, there are other examples. Like, bro, he got damaged by freaking... This is even like Death Battle's fault, but like even post this fight, we see Super, he gets hurt by a freaking bullet when he's an adult. It's like, are we gonna say Kid Goku is more durable than his adult form? Like, what the heck? So, I hate that their argument is like, oh, well, Superman, he's inconsistent in power because of the writers. Like, so is Dragon Ball with Goku. So, don't try to downplay Superman just because, oh, well, we don't know which is more consistent for Superman. When it's like, you could say the same argument and downplay Goku. Or you can deny that and just hype up Goku just to give him the win. But that would obviously be biased and unfair. So it's like, I don't know why they try to make that statement. That statement's kind of dumb in hindsight.
By absorbing yellow or blue sunlight, his power rises. However, he cannot absorb sunlight from a red star. So, if you take away a yellow sun, you slowly take away Superman's power.
He's solar powered! They call him the world's first superhero, but sounds more like the world's first hippie to me.
Now, the intensity of solar radiation disperses the further away it gets from its source. So the closer Superman is to the sun, the more solar radiation he'll absorb.
So he gathers more power the higher he gets? He is a hippie.
In the Justice League series, Our World's at War, Superman actually spent 15 minutes inside the sun. When he resurfaced, he was powerful enough to effortlessly move planets.
Wow. Move planets, guys. Woo.
Sounds see through anything but lead, and spot things moving faster than light.
He can see at a subatomic level and hear through the vacuum of space. Somehow. He can even see your soul.
What?
It happened.
Well, weird abilities aside, Superman can freeze his enemies in ice or create hurricanes just by breathing.
Whoa.
And to top it all off, he shoots laser beams from his eyes.
His heat vision can be expanded to encompass anything within Superman's sight and reach temperatures hotter than the sun.
He can incinerate entire planets in a
Dang.
contest.
However, heat vision does drain his solar power much faster than any other ability, especially when he amps it up.
That shot right there is so cool, bro.
And
Oh, that's so
with
cool.
precision, heat vision can reach microscopic levels invisible to the human eye.
Heat vision. Focus through your pupils like a scalpel. Instant lobotomy.
Dang.
Superman can vibrate his body fast enough to phase through attacks, even turn invisible. By vibrating to just under light speed, Superman can use the infinite mass punch. This speed causes the relative mass of his fist to increase immensely and hits with the force of a supernova.
Which explodes at a force of 10 octillion megatons.
Speed Force regulates durability if necessary, ensuring survival. Again, it's so... Bro, it's so funny nowadays to really have Death Battle put Superman's max AP at planet busting. Like, it's so weird that we really think that planet busting of all things is like the most impressive like tier for Superman. Like, what the heck? It's honestly even more disappointing where I'm just like, where have y'all comic book fans have been? Like, y'all telling me y'all been collecting so many comic books and y'all never, after every single issue across the decades, not see this as a problem? Like, it's not just the, oh, Superman must win. I'm like, no, just be accurate to scaling. I'm just like, y'all really didn't tell Death Battle that planet busting is not his max? Like, did we really have to create a power scaling community just for anyone to finally comprehend that, oh, maybe Superman is above planet level? Like, come on. It's so dumb, in my opinion.
Thanks, back to the day calendar.
In comparison, this is the Tsar, the most powerful bomb mankind has ever tested. 50 megatons.
So that punch is like 200 septillion super nukes. That's 24 zeros, bitches.
Yep.
Superman is not only strong, but a genius with a super brain that can process information thousands of times faster than an average human. He is capable of strategic fighting even while traveling 8 times the speed of light.
He's an expert
Wow.
at disabling opponents through pressure point combat, and once fought demons in Valhalla alongside Wonder Woman and Thor for 1,000 frickin' years.
Yeah.
He's even learned how to protect his mind from telepathic attacks.
I heard your telepathic shout before, but my mind is protected from anything deeper by a series of psychic blocks.
Best I've seen, too.
He also studied 2 Kryptonian martial arts, Torquasm Rao and Torquasm Vo.
Orgasm what now?
Torquasm Rao is a hard martial art in which Superman enters the Theta state, a real-life phenomenon in which a person becomes extremely receptive to information and instinct. Torquasm Vo is a mental martial art with which Superman can fight off mind domination and illusions, or even counterattack.
In order to master all his powers, Superman needed to break through his own self-created mental blocks. Like how when he was younger, he believed he needed to eat food and breathe oxygen like humans, when he can really just survive on solar energy alone, like some weird plant man.
Yep.
And thanks to some intense training from Mongol II, he managed to tear these barriers down and become the true Superman, capable of amazing feats.
Yeah, like when he obliterated an F5 tornado with a round of applause, or when he was the filling for a planet sandwich,
Dang.
or held a mini black hole in his hand. Oh, or the time he dragged the frickin' Earth around.
Notice that all the things they're saying is mostly lifting things. They're moving things. He's lifting things. It's like, it's so sad just knowing that. Why, of all things, they always emphasize Superman moving things around like planets. It's like, who cares? Just put him up even higher than that. Come on now.
Superman has survived some pretty crazy things, like when cold gas hit him with 15 supernovas to the face.
Yeah.
That was like 15 suns exploding in his face.
I just said that.
Exaggeration? Maybe, but he has survived other supernovas before. When he takes a hit, his super dense molecular structure and bioelectric aura protects him and his suit.
Holy crap, he sounds invincible.
By the way, if y'all forget, 15 supernovas is insane. One supernova is low-key, like, just barely, like, a hair away from putting you at solar system level. It's still like large star level, like plus level, but you're essentially getting very, very close to that echelon. In fact, if you want a Dragon Ball comparison, Cell himself could say he could destroy the solar system, so, and that's just the low ball, but essentially Superman could already be near solar system level, and yet him tanking 15 solar system could definitely put him at that tier, no matter what. So it's like, wait.
Not exactly. His solar energy can be depleted over the course of a battle if he takes too much damage or remains out of sunlight for too long. This is how the monster Doomsday was able to kill him. Oh, sorry, not kill, put him into a healing coma. He also has several specific weaknesses, like the famous kryptonite, radioactive fragments of his home world which bring him to his knees. Any prolonged exposure will eventually kill him. He also has no...
I'm still confused. Like, to anyone out there, like, so kryptonite is from his home planet, but why is that specifically, like, his weakness? Like, how do the Kryptons residents survive the kryptonite there? Unless not the entire world is not made out of it. But then it's like in my head, I'm just like, isn't that a bit, like, counterintuitive? Like, why would you still continue to live on a planet where your main weakness exists? You know what I'm saying? It's like, I don't get that part when it comes to, like, not Superman specifically, but more like his race prior to, you know, their deaths.
Special resistance to magical attacks.
Yeah, they emphasize that part. I do know that. Apparently he doesn't have any particular resistance to magic, but that doesn't mean he's explicitly weak to it, which doesn't make sense because, like, well, Goku has no resistance to magic either. So it's like, what does that mean? He has weakness to magic? It's like, no. It just means that he has no, like, counter to the hacks or whatever.
And he always gets all hung up on doing the right thing, even if it makes his life miserable.
He does not fight for himself, but to protect others. Even the buildings in Metropolis are more valuable to him than his own life.
Dang!
Most of the time.
That's to say, yeah, most of the time.
Superman spends more time defending the city than actually improving his own abilities.
But remove all those pesky feelings about saving people and look out!
I feel like I live in a world made of cardboard, always taking constant care not to break something, to break someone. What we have here is a rare opportunity for me to cut loose and show you just how powerful I really am.
Oh, snap. That was pretty hardcore, too.
Combatants are set. Let's end this debate once and for all.
It's time for a death battle!
So again, as a reminder, they put no AP for Goku, no AP or no speed stat for Goku, some vague list of hacks abilities and whatever. And then Superman, he's given, I guess, AP durability, maybe max star level to actually, you know, solar system level. Actually, probably more like multi-solar system level in hindsight. And then speed, like, I think they said 8 times FTL. So it's like, obviously from the brief description bios, Superman just literally landslides because they gave nothing to Goku. Because they didn't want to give anything to Goku. So I was like, what the heck is the point of this, bro? It's so stupid, bro. Oh, they made it radioactive. Ah, okay, that's pretty cool. Again, I don't know anything about Superman lore, so that explains a bit. Oh yeah, they had this stupid. I don't like this bit. I'm gonna be honest.
It's a bird. It's a plane. It's gonna kill us.
Don't worry, folks. This looks like a job for Super. Whoa! I got it.
Earlier today, Superman heroically rescued Metropolis from disaster once again. The Man of Tomorrow saved a downed airliner which would have crashed.
Superman, huh? Wow, he looks really strong. What, that pretty boy ass clown? Please, I could kill him with my eyes closed.
The
faster than that stupid transforming hedgehog.
Reference.
Just look at him, wearing his underwear on the outside. I bet it chafes.
Don't be so sure.
What the frick? How the heck did they go from... What the frick? How did they go from Castle Corp all the way to Roshi's house?
He's strong. stronger than anyone I've ever fought.
Are you serious?
Finally, someone as strong as me!
I heard he's an alien.
Alien? It's only a matter of time before he destroys the planet! Nimbus!
Wait, is that really? Why the heck would Goku care? How would he even jump to that conclusion? Like, oh, you must be alien, so, like, who cares? Bro, you literally are friends with aliens. They don't do anything anymore. What the frick? Also, I'm gonna be honest, that little skit, that was not really necessary. I don't even get the point of the skit. Unless it was just to have a reason for Goku to see Superman, but they could have just skipped that. I don't get, what was the point of that? Yeah, obviously the VA, he's alright, but like, no duh for part 3 he was good. Because it's the voice of Joker from Persona. Yeah, he's an actual voice actor, bro. Yeah, he does other characters across other franchises. No wonder why he's good. He's better.
Hey there.
Hello.
You look pretty strong. Let's fight.
Fight? Well, that's literally what I do.
Oh, snap. Man, the fight animation is kind of janky.
Oh boy, this is gonna be fun.
You're insane.
No, the models itself, they look janky, but the actual movements and choreography is pretty cool. Oh snap! Oh snap! Dang! Oh snap! Oh, that was so cool. The freaking close-up. I'm surprised he dropped it. Why would he drop the Kaioken so suddenly?
What? I can't move.
So, you're an alien too, huh?
What did you do to me?
Pressure points. Didn't work at first, but my X-ray and microscopic vision let me find your body's weak points. You won't be going anywhere. What is that?
You know what? This might be just me, but I think this is like a response to Granola versus MUI Goku. I like to think that that Tortaro hated this matchup so much he was like, nah, I'm gonna make Goku immune to pressure points. But that's just me.
Ah, Sensu Bean. Want one?
No.
Oh snap.
I'm ending this. Now. What?
Oh, the movements.
Okay, Blondie, what's
Oh
going
my
on?
gosh. Dang.
I am Son Goku. And I am a Super Saiyan.
Oh dang! Goku's large building level, bro.
Well, this might take a while. Ugh. What?
Oh snap. Also, what the frick? Oh wait, no. It's like score. Just a random kryptonite.
Huh? Hey, what are you doing? No. Is that rock hurting you?
Kryptonite.
There. Okay, let's go.
What? Why?
I want to beat you at your best. It's no fun if it's not fair.
Gee, thanks.
I like how Goku was so rude to not even let him finish. Oh snap, the after image technique, that's like pretty cool. The freaking car. Why the car? Why the car, bro?
Deja vu.
Oh my gosh. Hey yo! Oh snap! Planet level pool.
Feels like parabolic step.
Oh dang! I think I saw blood for a split second though. What the frick?
The game's not as fun when you're losing, is it?
Game? You think this is a game? I haven't even begun to play.
Oh snap! Dang! How the frick did Goku teleport without anybody there? What? Oh dang!
Oh, great. Not another.
Bruh, the freaking leg kicks. Oh snap!
He can even keep up with Super Saiyan 3. What makes him so strong?
Attacking my mind, huh?
Damn! For a split second, I thought he was gonna get Yamcha'd.
My turn.
Dang. Bro, I imagine that was the way to end it off.
I've got a bad feeling about this.
Yo, is he performing a Buhan feat? What the frick? Huh?
Here we go again.
It's over, Superman. Nobody is stronger than Super Saiyan 4. My ultimate form.
I mean, it was.
Hairstyles.
I think the irony is now with Daima, it makes the form even less impressive in hindsight. Oh my gosh. Yo. Alright, that's a nice reference, I will say. I like that reference.
Don't have much left in me. Have to get above those clouds.
Oh, no, you don't.
Why did it turn dark? How did it transform changes the... Okay. Oh snap. Oh!
That's it. Good fight. Wait, there's no way. He's still alive. It's the sun. He's using the sun. But I'm drained. Sun, lend me your energy.
What always confused me is like, why the heck would he still not be able to sense him until the fact he did? It's like, no, you still would be able to sense him even after the attack. Like, he easily figured out that Vegeta survived his own Kaioken times 4 attack even after the fact, so that's why I'm just like, I don't get it. Dang! I like the flame effect. I will say that the flame effect is pretty cool. Oh snap, they're planet level confirmed! I find it funny that they still felt the need to destroy the planet for this fight.
It's over! It's finally over! We never have to hear about it again!
What was this again? 2013? Okay, yeah. That definitely didn't age well at all.
Indeed, Superman may not be as tenacious as Goku, but sometimes tenacity only prolongs the inevitable.
Hold on a second. Superman is not as tenacious as Goku? What the frick? What do you mean he's not tenacious as Goku? What the frick? Have you not seen every single freaking conflict he's gone through throughout the decades? Bro, there's so many instances in which he is tenacious. Like, bro, how is not his death fighting against, or quote unquote death? How is him nearly dying just to beat Doomsday not tenacious? Like, what? Huh? I'm just saying, like, I don't know what they're going on about with that.
Superman's power's insane! He can even patch up holes in reality just with his own static electricity.
Goku did not understand Superman's connection to the sun and would not think to teleport him to a red star. Even if he did figure it out, he would run the risk of teleporting him to a blue star, which actually increases Superman's power.
Or, you know, just teleport him to where no stars exist. Now, to be fair, I don't know if there's a specific place where you could be able to teleport naturally that would have no sun in the first place, but I always found that such a weird, like, oh, here's an extension. It's like, no, you could also go one step beyond that. They could have still debunked it. I'm just saying that weird argumentation was a bit off for me.
And if Goku destroyed the sun, the supernova would blast all the way past Mars and incinerate him.
Okay, well, he could just easily tank the explosion and also easily outspeed it. Or, you know, he could just instant teleportation away from the explosion. So, what the frick? What kind of arguments are these just to give Superman a W, bro?
So it ultimately comes down to who is stronger, faster, and tougher.
So, most matchups in general. I'm starting to feel like I'm just watching like a kid's project of what they think a power scaling matchup is supposed to be like.
The force needed to move an object out of the sun's orbit by 1% is about 1,000 times less than the object's mass. The Earth weighs in.
Okay, so I still remember this. So they essentially try to argue that, oh, well, Superman can lift the mass of the Earth out of orbit, so therefore he's this strong. I'm like, you guys did just argue Superman tanks explosions from a planet and a star, yet his only limit is not even that of planet level. Like, what kind of argumentation is this? It's such a weird. They themselves didn't even realize what they were doing. It's like, wait a minute, why are we going to justify his AP based on lifting strength when you literally said in the beginning of his bios that he can withstand 16 suns to the face and stuff? It's like, what how did you mess up this badly, bro?
Just under 6.6 sextillion tons. This means Superman is strong enough to move 6.6 quintillion tons.
But since his solar power can rise infinitely, this is nowhere near his maximum strength.
You're lifting 200 quintillion tons. That's 3 times your record.
While being timed by Max Lord, Superman flew to the sun and back in less than 2 minutes. That's 9.4 billion kilometers per hour.
Hold on. Okay. Never mind. It took me a second. That's still pretty bad, though.
Not to mention he was fighting Wonder Stripper the whole time.
True, so it's likely he can go faster. According to Batman, he can fly at least 17 billion kilometers per hour.
And nobody argues with Batman.
Which is, again, I'm just saying, that's really not that great because he could, bro, I see, this is why going back to the whole, oh, we're only going to use the 86 and beyond. I'm like, bro, he should scale to the rest of his cast, friends of Justice League, that can travel the entire universe in, like, instant. Yet, for out of everything, again, this is 86, and this came out in 2013, so let me get this straight. So after not 14 years, but more like nearly 30 years of comic books that they're willing to accept, not within any of those decades of comics, Superman is faster than just traveling to a sun distance. Keep in mind, traveling to the sun, or most sun ranges like 5 light years away or something like that, so are you telling me he's never done anything else impressive than that? You're really going to say that out of all the things, it's just him being sun distance speed? Like, come on.
The Man of Steel can survive the impact of multiple supernovas, each with about 10 octillion megatons of force.
So Superman's feats and skills are definitively measured. However, Goku's are not, and are difficult to judge. Not only does Dragon Ball heavily abuse cinematic time, but Goku's final adventures in Dragon Ball GT are incredibly inconsistent due to his untimely transformation into a child.
What the what? I don't even want to repeat that scene. So, the first issue that I have is the fact that he says cinematic timing. Bro, everything that's animated relies on cinematic timing. Sure, not even animated, just anything live action in general relies on cinematic timing. Even on panel, we don't know what's the cinematic timing, but it still relies on it because on the next panel it could be like, oh man, that thing just got destroyed in 5 seconds. But we wouldn't know the actual motion. We just know the time frame. So what are they talking about with Dragon Ball only abusing cinematic timing? Bro, you thought Dragon Ball was bad with cinematic timing? Oh my gosh. Oh, it's not even just a DC Comics thing, bro. There's so many fictional stories across the eons that abuse the heck out of cinematic timing more than Dragon Ball. Oh my gosh, that is such a terrible statement to argue. And also, they said that, oh well, but Goku's scaling is inconsistent as a kid. No, he's not. No, it's not. It's not at all. Like, it's already confirmed in Perfect Files his power did not diminish, just his stamina or whatever. So like, what do you mean that it's impossible to scale how strong he is? You just scale into the enemies and that's it. Oh wait, I can't because no parallels, no power scaling. They're so stupid, man. This is so garbage, bro. And this is why I tell people why I do not give Death Battle credit nowadays, because I'm like, bro, they still use the same logic throughout the years. This is 2013. I can guarantee you, but especially with the new one, the Blade versus Buffy, they're still gonna be like, oh, we're gonna use the feats and use a feat only midway into their storyline, and then just not include anything else beyond that. Like, really? That's the best feat you're gonna find? Not anything else past that, fighting another character or something? No, or use guidebooks or lore or author statements? No, just this one random mid-tier feat that's never gonna be brought up ever again. That's what they do for Goku and Superman, man.
Wow, the room got a lot bigger somehow.
As Ki is dependent on the physical body, his child form likely could not handle his own Ki, sending his power into flux.
The only thing it affected is his Ki control. That doesn't mean his power diminished entirely. It just means that it puts more effort and strain to do it, but it doesn't mean he can't be on the same level. If Goku, by the end of Z, as Super Saiyan 3, can destroy a universe, Goku in GT, as a Super Saiyan 3, should still be able to destroy a universe, just not be able to last the form that long. That's about it. But also, it doesn't even matter because they're only referring to Super Saiyan 3. Who cares? They were using Super Saiyan 4 Goku. So what does any of his kid form garbage have to do anything with his peak?
It can't take it. It's too weak. My older body was more developed.
And obviously we're not using future Goku, because that would require a ridiculous amount of assumptions. Not to mention we'd have to use future Superman, who's pretty much God. So like Superman, we need to judge Goku in his prime.
The original writings hold precedence. No mistranslations allowed. Also, as he was retconned and rebuilt in 1986, we will be examining the modern Superman, a free official resource for both combatants. Though the unanswered, we will be acknowledging every official resource for both combatants. questions are left unanswered, we will be acknowledging every official resource for both combatants.
Ridiculous amount of assumptions. Not to mention, we'd have to use future Superman, who's pretty much God. So, like Superman, we need to judge Goku in his prime.
We're gonna use every official source for both characters, but we're not gonna use 100-year time skip Goku or Superman 1 billion. Not that he's relevant, but whatever. And then even before then, they said we're only gonna use anything post-crisis because it requires a ridiculous amount of assumptions to use pre-crisis. Oh my gosh, bro. This video sucks, man. This is such a terrible freaking video, man.
After experimenting with dozens of different theories, we discovered an ironclad method to finding Goku's limits, which we call the gravity
Also known as the shit formula.
formula.
Pardon my language.
Increased gravity. Due to his style of training and Saiyan heritage, Goku increases his abilities proportionate to the amount of force he trains under.
Saiyans are born with a unique ability to fight anywhere.
While in base form, Goku could lift just under 40 tons. This is equivalent to 586 times normal Earth gravity, which we will use in the gravity formula alongside the Super Saiyan power increases to calculate Goku's maximum potential.
Multiplying the 40 tons by the Super Saiyan forms means he can lift up to 160,000 tons in Super Saiyan 4. Strong enough to pick up a continent. Or my ex-wife.
Pick up a continent? What the... What? Pick up a continent? Is that really what they said? I thought, bro, for the life of me, I've forgotten most of what they said. Bro, this is absolute asinine. First of all, I already brought it up many times, but yeah, the Super Saiyan 4 multipliers should be higher. So technically with, the things I stated, technically Super Saiyan 4 Goku's lifting strength should be infinite tons, since the Super Saiyan 4 multiply can rival Potara, which in itself could also be infinite, so that doesn't work. But also, why of all things is lifting strength going to be used to justify Goku's power? Like, what? How does that even work, bro?
Saiyan 4, strong enough to pick up a continent.
Also, I can guarantee you there's several feats in which Goku is lifting multiple things beyond the likes of 40 tons. Not just in base, but in his Super Saiyan transformations. Heck, I would think that him punching away, other blasts that are just as dangerous and powerful would require more force than lifting a simple rock.
Or my ex-wife. Right after Goku trained on King Kai's planet, which has gravity 10 times stronger than Earth's, he flew across Snake Way Road as fast as possible to save his friends. It took him 28 hours. Impressive, since that's 1 million kilometers long.
Except it's filled with curves and Goku flew straight over it. So how far did he actually travel? By comparing Goku's height to a single spike, we can measure each curve. We can then remove those curves from the overall length. So it turns out Goku actually flew 307,000 kilometers, nearly 11,000 kilometers per hour.
To see how fast his base form is by the end of the series, we run the Snake Way number through the gravity formula to find that his top speed clocks in at over 2.5 billion kilometers per hour, over 2 times the speed of light.
Okay, so first of all, as many people across the internet has pointed out, yes, they did accidentally put the same number for Super Saiyan 2 with his base number. I think, I can't remember, what's his name? I don't know, the guy who played Wiz, he says that, that was just a writing error. It was supposed to, add another 0 or something like that. I don't know, I can't remember, but it doesn't matter. 2.5 times the speed of light is really the max speed they give to Super Saiyan 4 Goku, of all things. It is absolutely disgusting. Especially when they use base Goku from the Saiyan Saga. And I can guarantee you, bro, as a reminder, they use every source imaginable, and Kid Goku can dodge lightning. He can dodge light-based attacks from Battle Officer's battle jacket, or Officer Black's battle jacket. He dodged Piccolo's eye beam that is stated to be like light. He dodged Tien's light-based solar flare, etc., as a kid, as a teen or whatever. And then his base adult form during the pre-Saiyan saga is way faster than that. And then he goes even more powerful by the time he reaches Buu Saga. And what's even more sad is they didn't even include any of his growth since by the time GT happens. They only reference his growth by the Buu Saga. So they're not even technically using GT era Goku. They're just using Buu Saga Goku. That's even worse in hindsight, bro. That's oh my gosh.
Over 2.5 billion kilometers per hour. Over 2 times the speed of light.
We can determine Goku's durability through this bomb, which the brilliant Dr. Gero designed to kill Goku at age 25, when his maximum potential was Kaioken times 4.
That was intended for Goku.
It was intended to be a last resort.
Scans of the bomb display a TNT measurement of 657. Bulma says the bomb could destroy the Earth, so this is likely measured in quadrillion megatons, since it takes at least 53 quadrillion megatons of force to destroy the Earth.
So in his final form, Goku can survive up to nearly 35 sextillion megatons.
Hold on.
Scans of the bomb display
in his final form.
What? Apply to the
Goku can survive up to near.
Hold on, what? 10 times gravity. The fuck? What?
Nearly 35
Hold on.
Force to destroy the Earth.
So when his
okay, so the 10 times gravity. Wait, what the? I am so confused with what they're doing for the gravity formula. Because I'm like, wait a minute. So this is for specifically base Saiyan Saga Goku. And they mentioned how the multiplier is supposed to be 500, whatever. I can't remember the number. And yet, so I'm just like, why? I don't get this part. Why the 10 times gravity divided by Kaioken? Oh, okay. I know that they're referring to his max capacity when he was fighting Goku or Vegeta. So the Kaioken I get, but why the 10 times gravity? Like, I don't get that part. That's where I'm confused. And also, through this specific math equation they did right here, does that mean they just completely omitted any of his growth since the Saiyan Saga? Because 16 was referring to like in past tense, which let's be real here, that bomb would have been more impressive later on, but they're implying as if Goku didn't get stronger after the fact, and so they just slammed this number here and just assume. So basically what I'm trying to get at is this durability is specifically Saiyan Saga Goku as a hypothetical Super Saiyan 4, because they did not really include anything past the whole like Buu Saga crap. Yeah, the minimum force to destroy the planet, which was the max capacity to destroy Goku during the Saiyan Saga, and their own, stupid asinine equation formula. And yet they don't include anything past that point.
Final form, Goku can survive up to nearly 35 sextillion megatons.
And you know what's also more sad is that, keep in mind, in manga, because keep in mind, right here.
Potential was Kaioken times 4.
That was intended for Goku.
Yeah, right here. Yeah, hold on. Yeah, the Japanese dub via Kanzenshu. Bulma says it's no ordinary bomb. It might blow up the whole Earth. Keep in mind, during the Saiyan Saga, both manga and anime, and the movie for World's Strongest, Saiyan Saga Goku, Vegeta in Guidebook says he can destroy the moon, or the planet, and then literally to Goku's face, he says he's going to destroy the planet. That's why we got the beam clash. And then even in World's Strongest, it's consistently stated that Whilow's max capacity can blow up the freaking Earth. And that is supposedly using Goku during the Saiyan Saga. So clearly, Goku at his max capacity should be well beyond Earth planet level, whatever, from that same scenario. And yet you're going to tell me that his max capacity is under planet level? Like, that, bro, I'm not joking when I'm saying, like, it is impressive how literally retarded you have to be to make this thing work. I'm just being straight up honest. That's why I'm telling you guys, anyone who wants to validate Death Battle just need to stop. Like, seriously. This is how, quote-unquote, they're good they were during 2013. And yet, we expect them to be any better by 2025? Why do you think people complain about Bardock versus Omni-Man? Why do you think I complained about Godzilla versus Hulk? Because they got the narrative wrong. They got the lore wrong. They got, what was the one before that? Oh yeah, Ruby versus Maka. I told them how many times they got the narrative wrong again. There have been so many scenarios in which even after, like, oh, but numbers, this is way back in the day. I don't care. This is how bad they were back in the day, and they're still just as bad nowadays. And yet people still think, oh yeah, well, they must be doing something right. It's like, yeah, they're getting the bare minimum. That's why I can't hold my frustration towards their intelligence, towards these characters, because I'm like, they cannot get any of their abilities right. They can't get their feats right. They can't get their narrative right. They can't get any statements used. That's why I'm just so frustrated by these stupid matchups, man. I'm just like, I can't be bothered to care about these matchups because they make it so unfair because they always have to make a close match by their own stupidity of inferior research.
5 sextillion megatons.
Goku doesn't rely solely on his physical abilities. He amplifies his strength and durability with Ki.
But even though his Ki reserve cannot be measured, we can determine his maximum output. See, his Ki attacks do not force him backward unless he allows them to.
Even when firing upward at full power, the ground beneath him remains untouched.
Therefore, according to physics, his maximum output is at most equal.
Again, this was all like and done by Vegito EX. Dude, I'm so sad that they did not in any way include Ki control, because it's like, and hold on a second, I just realized in the Vegeta versus Shadow video, they mentioned how Vegeta can concentrate his attacks to be as big or small as it needs to be, yet they don't bring that up again for Goku versus Superman. I'm not kidding. I'm not kidding. In fact, you know what? Let's bring it up. Hold on. Where was it? Right here. Hold on. Let me repeat this same stupid audio real quick. Where is it? If it wants to play, of course.
Attack is a purple laser called the
and can be narrowed.
Oh, right here.
His Big Bang attack unleashes a huge explosion of energy covering a vast distance and can be narrowed to a beam for concentrated accuracy.
Let me play that one more time so y'all don't think I'm insane.
Beam for concentrated accuracy.
Concentrated accuracy.
But even though his Ki reserve cannot be measured, we can
even when firing upward at full power, the ground beneath him remains untouched.
I literally cannot with this stupid video, man. They literally just indirectly retcon their past video matchup of Ki control, yet they refuse to use that logic of Ki control. Yes, Goku can destroy a planet if he wants to, if he just concentrates his attack, but it doesn't need to be the actual size of a planet to destroy Earth. He can literally focus a Ki blast with a finger and destroy Earth like that. Like, in fact, as a reminder, if people think I'm stupid, this is a niche example, but like, for example, in JoJo, Cars accidentally erupted a volcano just because he concentrated so much energy onto his hand that when Joseph like blocked it with the little diamond, it caused like an energy, like a little like finger beam energy, and that concentration was so powerful it literally flung them all the way to like to space, literally in outer space, bro. You're telling me Goku can't do the same with the concentrated finger blast and destroy planet Earth? He just has to really charge super hard, like, I'm about to die. You can't beat me, Vegeta. And then he can now be freaking planet level. This is so freaking... Oh my gosh, bro.
Therefore, according to physics, his maximum output is at most equal to the amount of force he can withstand.
Luckily, we just calculated that with the Zero Bomb.
Which is so stupid. Like, oh, wow. So, again, as a reminder, they are saying that Goku is not even planet level as a Super Saiyan 4. They use his speed based on a Saiyan Saga feat, and they use their base durability for Goku during the Saiyan Saga. So essentially, it's not even Goku versus Superman. It's more like Saiyan Saga Goku versus Superman. That is absolutely stupid, bro. And that's the sad part. It's like, so basically... And what's even funnier is, like, if they did upscale Goku accurately from the Buu Saga or to GT, technically with their own stupidity of logics, they couldn't make... they can... in fact, put Goku into, like, beyond Superman's level.
Alright, now that we've determined Goku's maximum potential, let's compare it to Superman.
Holy shit! Not even...
Yeah, without Ki. Okay, then what about with Ki? They said that you can actually define his capacity, but it's like, no, you were able to. You were able to define his capacity and durability. So just apply the same calcs to define his durability onto his strength. That's all that needs to be done. That's why it's so stupid, bro.
Close.
Now, we can keep throwing feats and equations around, but in the end, numbers cannot measure what Goku
Numbers? What? No,
and
sorry.
Superman are capable of. They are both ultimate heroes, solutions
shut up.
impossible. The difference is at the core of their character. Goku has never been invincible. He has very clear limits and must overcome those limits to solve the problems at hand. That's the whole point. On the other hand, Superman's story is not about fighting the best, but of an immigrant facing the challenge of home versus heritage. After accepting his alien side, Superman has reached his full potential, which under the endless power of the sun is essentially limitless. In short, Superman is as strong as he needs to be. So what happens when a man with power great limits against another who has no limits in the first place? Well, only one has limits to get all.
Goku just okay, even the Man of Steel.
The winner is Superman.
In case you're wondering, I'm fed up with this video.
Keep up with him.
I guess I sped up the video too fast. It broke itself. Whatever. We're done. That's it. I'm done. Yeah. Bro, to this day, I've always hated that long, stupid speech. Like, oh, it doesn't matter, guys. Don't worry. Goku's still strong. It's fine. It's fine. Shut up. I don't want to hear that. I do not want to hear that. Oh my gosh. I'm so freaking fed up with this. Let's put some... Ooh, let's go... Ooh, I know what... Hold on. I know the perfect... Yes, sir. I love this theme so hard. Oh, wait. Did I... Okay, never mind. Yeah, I'm done. I'm not reacting to any more matchups of Dragon Ball for today. I didn't realize how bad I hated that matchup, man. Ugh. 2 is already good enough for me. I'm done. It took me 45 minutes just to do a 9-minute Vegeta versus Shadow matchup. It took me nearly 2 hours to sit through that one video matchup. I'm not gonna sit through another matchup of Dragon Ball for today. I'm done. I'll do the other ones another day. Oh, man. I apologize for the swearing, but I just could not help it, bro. That was so treacherously bad. You know what? I'm gonna say, you know what? I changed my mind. I'm putting Vegeta versus Shadow at a 5 and Goku versus Superman at a 0. At a 1, actually. I'll just give it a 1. You may be saying, why the 1? Well, because the fight itself is actually pretty fun and entertaining. The modeling itself, I will say this. The models and, you know, like talking, like them moving their mouse, that was a bit wonky. It was really outdated, but the choreography, like them actually using the environments around them, you know, very, you know, destructive and stuff, that was very fun. But beyond that, was terrible. Everything they were saying was just flat out terrible for both sides. I know for a fact there's so much wrong about what they said for Superman, but my gosh. Oh yeah. My brain literally hurts right now just trying to take all that in. That's why I call it the pre-Crisis Death Battle era, because that was the Crisis event right there. Oh, what's up, Shadow Pikachu? I'm so sorry I didn't acknowledge you. My bad, buddy. Yeah, I know people would definitely have issues of me being negative to death battles, like, oh, chill out, numbers. It's just a fight. I'm like, no. Again, these guys, I will keep repeating it every single freaking live stream. These are paid. These guys are paid to do this. They have a staff of researchers with full exposure towards the internet, the mangas and so forth, the movies, games, etc. And they did, and by the way, they say they use all official sources, yet they use none of the guidebooks properly. They use none of the video games. They didn't even use GT scaling properly. They didn't even mention anything else related to the movies. They just said, oh, Spirit Bomb from Android 13, Dragon Fist, and yeah, that's basically it. There you go. Wow. What amazing research, guys. That's why I don't give them any credit anymore, because they don't deserve the credit. Like, great job, you got a F-. You should be proud of yourself that you got a 10% instead of a 9%. Like, no. That's why I cannot stand Death Battle, because they have zero excuse as to why they are still making the same mistakes. They still have the most amateurish research ever. They have the terrible presentations oftentimes. And just for what? Just for a 5-minute fight? Just give me the fight itself. I'd much rather get rid of all the filler and just give me the fight. I'd much rather not hear any of Death Battle's opinions on who would actually fight, and instead just give me the fight itself. Because, hey, look how nowadays they decide to do, like, what if endings where the other character who is supposed to lose does in fact win. I'm like, okay, then just give me both. Just give me the full fight and give me both of the endings, and that's it. I'll just move on. It's not worth having to waste time hearing their stupid opinions and their garbage research just to get everything wrong for both characters, both the lore, the world building, the narrative, the context of what they're even are capable of doing, just for a simple 5-minute match. No, just give me the actual fight and just move on. That's all I'd much rather get. I'd much rather Death Battle just do that from now on. Just screw even doing power scaling. Just do the fight, a fun, entertaining fight, and just move on. That's it. Because sure, I know there are people who might be interested as to who would win, but frankly, your Death Battle is the worst show you can rely on to get an actual justifiable answer. It's not even worth hearing their opinions, because they're generally not good at what they do to believe in their own words. Jeez. Quick question. What if Death Battle does have a well-known power scaler for the research and you still call it wrong? Hold on, I'm trying to think for a second. No. I don't listen. Okay, listen. Look. Oops. I don't care who does the research. It shouldn't even matter who's the person doing the research. It's just the actual research itself. Okay? The person in question shouldn't really define the quality of the research. It's just the research itself. If the research is still wrong because of what is shown in guidebooks, statements, games, and whatever, then yes, I'm gonna still call them out. I don't care how famous the power scaler is or how unknown the power scaler is. If it's a power scaler who's well known and gets something wrong, I'm gonna call him out. If it's a power scaler that no one's ever heard about and they got 99.9% right, I'm gonna praise the ever-living heck out of that person for doing amazing research. It doesn't matter. I don't care. Again, that's another reason why I have issues with Death Battle is because you have Dragon Ball, who's existed for decades with absurd amount of content you can rely on, and you have the worst research ever. Meanwhile, you have other franchises that have little to no material, yet they are more accurate in comparison because of how little there is to work on. And yet you're telling me you can't do the same for every other franchise? Then what's the point of a matchup? Like, imagine if I said, I'm gonna do a matchup of Darth Vader, who has, like, I don't know, 4 or 5 decades of material you can rely on just Star Wars in general, not just Darth Vader. And then I'm gonna put him up against a guy who only has 1 year of content, and it's all just pure animation, like just TV show related. No guidebooks, no author statements, no video games, no novels, nothing. Just pure TV, 10 episodes. Why in the world are we going to have a matchup where the only argumentation is, oh, well, it's kind of unfair for Darth Vader to have so much material, so we're just going to downplay the heck out of him and get our research wrong about the character, and then get this random 1 year content, or just 1 year fictional character to win because of a out of context feat that he does versus everything else that Darth Vader has done. No. Unacceptable. Period. I just cannot stand people doing that. You already heard me about the whole Miles versus Deku. I already just said, people to this day refuse to believe Miles is beyond universal, possibly, multiversal. But despite decades of content from Marvel, with a lot of consistency by several authors, and people still say, no, that doesn't seem right to me, Numbers. I can't acknowledge Miles as universal. Oh, but Deku, who only existed for less than a decade, I believe. Oh, but he being consistently not even planet level, that's totally fine. We can easily figure that out. But Miles, with decades of material, with more consistency than Deku could ever dream of, nah, we can't do that. We can't put him at multiversal. This is so stupid, man. That is so unacceptable, bro. Frankly, I'm disappointed in the community, and I'm disappointed in Death Battle. Because I refuse to downplay my my professionalism just because people can't comprehend such obvious logic. It's just not, no. Like, you already saw what Cherry was doing. You already saw. Cherry was like, oh, Sonic isn't universal. No, Archie Sonic isn't that strong. No, Solaris is not on the dimensional level tier. He's just a hacks guy. It's like, why do I need to keep saying, you know what? I agree with you, Cherry. You're 100% right. Everybody's wrong. Death Battle's right. Why put research and effort into this? Research is for losers. Like, nah, I'm not doing that. Different views on power scaling. Well, no. How's that different views on power scaling? That's why you and that's another thing. For, like, the matchup I just reacted to. They clearly said they're going to use every source imaginable for Goku and Superman, but they contradict that same statement several times. So what's the point of establishing a clear-cut matchup only to deny all the sources available for both characters? You don't even have a matchup at that point. It's like saying, okay, let's use every source imaginable for Sonic, but only use the Sonic from the first game. And then let's put him up against Thanos and give him every single thing imaginable. And then have him win because we only decided to not be bothered to use anything else except for Marvel Cinematic Universe scaling. Like, that's terrible. No. They're just not this level of harsh. Well, I don't care. See, you know why? Because they want to act like, oh, we're the top authority of scaling. But they aren't. And the other issue is that, again, my problem is the fact that they try to say they're going to use research. They try to use every single source imaginable. But they do the most bare bone homework ever. As a reminder, in the previous matchup livestream I done was Maka versus Ruby. I criticized that matchup because they only said that Maka cannot scale to Fire Force because they refused to justify why Fire Force can scale to, or cannot scale to Soul Eater. And I said, no, they are. They are canon to one another. Maka can scale to Fire Force, but for some arbitrary reason, they're just like, oh, due to some weird narrative implications, we just decided not to include it. But I'm just like, no, you can. And I also said, that's why you emphasize the point of the matchup. Say at the very first minute of the matchup, we are not going to include Fire Force scaling. If they were just flat out clear about that, I would have been totally fine with that. I would be okay with that. Just like in this video. If they said for Goku versus Superman, we are only using manga Goku. And we're only using post-crisis. Nothing Rebirth, no 52, just specifically post-crisis. I would have been totally fine with that. But I will also be very attentive to make sure they are consistent with that logic. Because if suddenly they go from using manga feats only to then randomly just without thinking, one or two anime feats exclusive, then that completely ruins the point of this matchup. That's why I am very harsh on them, because it's unacceptable. How can you have a whole team of staffs writing the script, doing the research, and then just be like, oops, I guess we sort of forgot our rules. We sort of forgot the whole point of this matchup. And it's not just a death battle thing. Just do that for any other discussion. Imagine you have your friend, and you're like, hey, who do you think wins? Batman from Arkham Asylum only, or Deku from My Hero? And then your friend is like, oh, well, clearly Deku, because he was from Jump Force, and he's also in Fortnite, and because of statements, he's omnipotent. But they're like, no. We can't use those. Just the original manga, Deku. But then he's like, no, that's totally canon to the manga. You'd be like, okay, clearly my friend is is not being honest. He doesn't want to have a fair and cohesive argument or discussion. He just wants to say that, yes, Deku beats Batman because he's just a favorite character. And you would be like, yeah, I'm being harsh to my friend because he doesn't want to have a fair discussion. He just wants to say that Deku wins because he hates Batman or some other reason. So that's why I'm saying, like, Death Battle has no excuse like that. New Death Battle? Yeah. Yeah, sure. Yeah, alright. Yeah, okay, buddy. Again, as a reminder, I watched their Hulk versus Godzilla. They were poor at explaining outerversal scaling. They were able to somewhat justify for Hulk, but they did not do a great job for Godzilla. Ultima specifically. And but that's what I'm saying. It's like, okay, so the other issue is the argument is like, oh, but, you know, it's just supposed to be entertainment. It's like, well, then just give me the fight. You're trying to be informative, but you can't. You're telling me you can't be informative and entertaining? No, you can be both. And that's what I'm saying is like, if you're gonna do a specific matchup, always emphasize the prerequisites before you actually tell the rest of the information. Because that's why in my videos, I'm like, hey guys, I'm gonna lowball and midball and highball Goku in general. Because I want to give every interpretation that is valid based on consistency. Right? So, that's what I'm saying. If Death Battle is specifically saying we're gonna put them at their peak, their absolute maximum, their maximum interpretation, and yet they only give the lowest interpretation, I'm like, well, clearly they lied to me. They clearly lied to their viewers because they say it's their maximum interpretation, yet they did the most poor job ever of exploring what they're actually capable of with all the source imaginable, and they could not get to that conclusion. That just tells me that, yeah, clearly that video is not worth my time or worth anyone's time. Therefore, I wouldn't recommend anyone watching it, or recommend anyone watching Death Battle in general. And trust me, this isn't a Death Battle only. No, anyone. If there's any power scaler I see that says, oh yeah, Goku cannot be universal, I'll be like, okay, why? Give me arguments. I want to hear your reasons as to why you led to that conclusion. I'll be fair, obviously, but if they're just like, nah, based on Death Battle research, or, oh, well, the narrative doesn't make sense, I'm like, okay, clearly this guy doesn't know what they're talking about. They don't want to definitely find out why Goku's strong. They just want to find any justified reason to be like, Goku's weak. And it doesn't have to be Goku. No, it could be anybody. Goku, Sonic, Batman, I don't know, freaking Harry Potter for all I care. Again, look at Cherry Boy. Cherry Boy in my own chat was like, hey, Sonic cannot be universal. He cannot be multiversal. He's not even planet level. He could only be hypersonic. He's not actually, you know what? He's only Sonic 1. I'd be asking him, okay, why? Why can he only be Mach 1? Because I already did in the same stream, I was like, hey, I already stated the feats in which he's way beyond Mach 1. But for some reason he's like, no, it's not. That's not true. That doesn't count. Nope. I'm like, well, clearly he doesn't want to have a fair and open-minded discussion. He just wants to say that Sonic sucks, he's not strong, and that he's right. I'm like, well, I don't care. I just want to have a discussion. What is your opinion on Super Mario's Goku 3? It's also just as arbitrarily mid-tier. It's still immature-ish. They still put Goku at multi-universal, when I'm just like, bro, that is not his peak. That's still not his peak. They say that's going to be composite, but they bring up nothing from his hero scaling, his Zeno or Capsule Corp counterparts. None of the video games are mentioned. None of the movies or sequels in general are relevant to the matchup. They don't even bring up any of his infinite speed scaling or beyond that. Nothing. They still put him at some arbitrary multi-universal. They say it's like a composite Goku, but it's like, no, it might as well just be Dragon Ball Super Goku versus Superman. That's what I'm saying. It's like, they clearly lie to your faces, yet they say this is something opposite to what they actually are doing. Give me another great example. I don't know, give me a simple matchup example, and I can tell you why. Like, what's your favorite character from your favorite series, and what's your second favorite? Just give me an example. It doesn't matter what, I'm just saying. Just give me any example. Any good examples? I don't know, honestly. I was gonna say, I don't even know if there even is a good one. I'm trying to look at their list. I mean, I don't know, maybe Gojo versus Maki, but I don't freaking know. I'm still trying to look around. What even is a good matchup? I guess Gogeta versus Vegito? I don't know. Yeah, because many of these I'm like, ugh. Yeah, so many of these I'm like, ugh. I'm still looking. I'm still looking. Now, and you know what's the sad part is that the more I try to go back into their catalog, that's when people have issues, because it's like, okay, when... Actually, that's a good question to chat. When did Death Battles started to take the power scaling aspect seriously? Because obviously we know that, you know, with Goku versus Superman, anything before Goku versus Superman 2, at least, they were not taking power scaling seriously at all. So then I'm like, okay, how much of their matchups are just gonna by default be bad because of when they only now start to take it seriously? Let's see. So let's see. All the way to Goku versus Superman 2. Wow. So over 50 or roughly 50 of their matchups before Goku versus Superman 2 are automatically bad just because of like how poorly aware they were of power scaling in general. So that's not great. So okay, let's go further ahead in time. Okay, when did they take power scaling a bit more seriously? Definitely not Android 18 versus Captain Marvel. No, their scaling is still bad. Naruto versus Ichigo. That one, no, that was still pretty bad. Jotaro versus Kenshiro. That was still bad. Mario versus Sonic. That was horrible. Thanos versus Darkseid. Actually, you know what? That might be unironically be when... Actually, no, that was still bad too. Damn. See what I'm saying? Darkseid versus Thanos was their 101 video on their playlist. You see what I'm saying? That means over 100 of their videos are going to be by default non-applicable to power scaling just because they didn't really take it seriously. So I had to immediately be like, yeah, 100 of their matchups are bad by default because they never, you know, took more in-depth awareness of the narrative, the context, the lore, the world building, cosmology scaling, dimensional scaling, hack scaling, skill scaling. There's so many things that they can get wrong by default. Yeah, Weiss versus Mitsuru is post Thanos and Darkseid, and I already told you how bad that was in my live stream a while back. Like, I don't know. I generally don't know when they finally... I mean, Hulk versus Broly, they were finally getting there. But this was like their 64th video in their playlist. So again, nearly 150 of their matches are going to be default bad. Why do you believe Death Battle didn't take power scaling seriously before Superman vs. Goku 2? Bro, did you not watch the live stream? We literally just reacted to Superman vs. Goku 1, which is before Superman vs. Goku 2. And did you see how through their terrible logic, the results we got? They literally said we cannot rely on power scaling, yet they found their own ways to power scale Goku in their own stupid headcanon way that just diminishes all their efforts across their franchises. And we're supposed to assume that is acceptable? No. Bad power scaling equals not taking power scaling? What? I don't know what that means, but... No. I'm not saying... Look. It's okay to you can still apply power scaling, right? I'm just saying you have to be consistent with your argumentation when you do power scaling, because Death Battle is supposed to be not taking power scaling seriously. Not taking power scaling seriously. Okay. Again, that's why I emphasize the whole pre-crisis death battle, post-crisis death battle, and then rebirth era death battle. And so the reason why I emphasize that point is because that's why I asked everybody on chat, at what point, like what era did death battle go from, oh, we're just doing this for entertainment, to, okay, we're now gonna actually put a bit more research into what they can do, not just entertainment but also for information, education, to then, hey, we're gonna take it more seriously with the power scaling, which is like, you know, post fundraising and stuff. And the reason why I bring this up is, like, for example, they did a Koopa versus Goomba matchup. When did the rebirth of Death Battle start? I believe that's... I think their first matchup for their post fundraising was... I'm pretty sure it was Bowser versus Eggman. I can double check. But anyway, so go back to what I was going to say. For example, Koopa versus Goomba. Obviously, that's more of a joke, entertaining fight. Am I going to really, really be mean at what they've done for that matchup? No, because let's be serious here. That matchup was indeed silly. But I can acknowledge that that was the point of the matchup. And probably around that time, they weren't, you know, they were having fun with that silly matchup. But then they go into Goku versus Superman, and I'm just like, wow. This is really, really bad for a matchup. Because it's a fight people really do want to know the answer to, and yet they had the worst way to do it. And then they tried it again, and it was still bad. No, okay, it wasn't. Okay, so it was Omni-Man versus Bardock. That was their... Hold on. I want to double check. Is it actually? Hold on. I think this is. I think Bardock versus Omni-Man is what I would consider the beginning of the Rebirth era death battle, because that was when they had to rely on Kickstarter campaign to continue on. Yeah, I believe so. Okay, but anyways, the point I'm trying to get at is have your intentions be clear. Okay? Just have your intentions be clear. If you're just gonna have a fight, you know, just a simple animation fight that's just for entertainment purposes, that's perfectly fine. At that point, I would not really be thinking of the power scaling perspective. I would just be like, okay, how was the fight? How was the choreography? How was the animation? How was the style? How was the sound effects, the music? You know, that type of, you know, production analysis, right? I wouldn't really be harsh in terms of power scaling, because the obvious intention is just an entertaining fight, whatever, right? But Death Battle, they want to be both educative and entertaining at the same time. I'm like, well, I'm gonna criticize Death Battle for both educative and entertaining purposes. Was the fight itself entertaining? Was the presentation, you know, memorable or entertaining or recognizable or unique or stylish or flashy, whatever? And then from the educative standpoint, I'm like, okay, did they get the lore right? Did they get the characters' abilities correct? If they're going to do calcs and feats and stuff and statements, how far are they going to interpret it? If they're only going to do the bare minimum, then why? Then I'm going to criticize it. Because obviously if they say Goku versus Superman and they're going to use every source, but the only source they use is Kid Goku scaling, then I'm like, well, that's terrible information research. Because they only use Kid Goku scaling, but anything else past the Saiyan Saga, Buu Saga, and so forth. That's what I'm saying. I'm not just going to say everything must must be evaluated solely on power scaling. I'm just saying, like, hey, there's both the scaling aspect, but there's also everything else beyond that that makes the video whole. That's why I keep saying, like, I'm not just gonna criticize Death Battle for the sake of criticizing. No, for the sake of being a hater. I'm actually criticizing and trying to be like, hey guys, you do know you could be even better, because I don't want Death Battle to be bad, but because they keep repeating the same mistakes over and over and over again, I'm just like, well, clearly they just want to keep messing up. So that's why I'm just like, why does anyone want to validate whatever Death Battle has to say? And again, that's not just a Death Battle thing, that's anyone. That includes me. If I make a 40-minute video where I'm like, yeah, Goku is not planet level, he's not speed of light, blah, 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 blah. He's gonna lose to Superman, he's gonna lose to human level, and based on my sources, which I made the heck up, I'm therefore right. And yeah, I'm clearly this is gonna be the most definitive source video out there. You just be like, yeah, this guy doesn't know what he's talking about. He clearly hates the show. He clearly doesn't do the effort. Or he clearly denies any research or evidence. It's like, yeah, this guy's clearly wrong. This guy did a bad power scaling, and the video itself is just bad. Yeah, that's why I'm like... Yeah, that's why I just cannot give Death Battle any leeway, because I'm like, bro, these guys have existed for 10 years with 200 episodes, and you're telling me that's how long of effort for them to finally, you know, be up to date with things? Seriously? Bro, some of these things existed before the internet existed. There's so much sources that existed before they themselves were born. And you're gonna tell me, oh, that doesn't count, or we weren't aware of it, or oh, well, we didn't think that's an outlier actually. It's like, nah. It's one thing when you're genuinely, and I mean just genuinely tried your best to research, and it just was off your radar. Like, for example, me, I can call myself out. When I did my cooler video, there was quite a bit of things I missed completely from my cooler video, because I thought I had more than enough material to get a very good conclusion, and had I included that, the things I was missing, it would just make my you know, evidence more powerful or more stronger. But guess what? I said in my future videos, hey, guess what, guys? There's a lot of things I missed for cooler video, and I'm sorry about that, but I'm bringing it here to be like, hey, here's another supporting evidence to justify my stances, right? I'm not saying they need to know everything. I'm just saying, can you at least get the bare minimum right? They couldn't even put Goku at above planet level. They put him beneath planet level. I'm not giving them any breaks. I'm not giving any breaks to them at all. Because again, okay, let me still ask you. You said that, okay, anything... Yeah, you said Superman versus Goku 1 was them starting to get more in-depth of research. And then I specifically refer to the Rebirth era of Death Battle of Omni-Man versus Bardock. So I like to ask you then, okay, so then what time frame from the first Goku versus Superman and Bardock versus Omni-Man did you think they finally got it right? Like, what actual matchup where you're like, finally, this is Death Battle at their prime, quote unquote, at their prime, you know, effort of research and like accuracy, right? Because I can assure you, there's so many matchups wrong in between the Rebirth era and the pre-Crisis era. Luigi's versus Tails, oh man, there's so many things wrong with that one. Batman versus Captain America, that's so many things wrong. Ryu versus Scorpion, I know my Mortal Kombat scaling now. There's a lot of things wrong with that. Kirby versus Majin Buu, oh man, that's bad. Their remake, Boba Fett versus Samus Aran, they still got a lot of things wrong for their scaling, even after it was updated. Chuck Norris versus Sega, that's a joke meme fight, whatever. Ragnar versus So Bad Guy. Oh man, their scaling was so off on that one. Iron Man versus Lex Luthor. No way. Darth Vader versus Doctor Doom. Yeah, right. Goku versus Superman 2. Nope. Yang versus Tifa. I already reacted to that. That was wrong. Mewtwo versus Shadow. That one's definitely wrong. Cammy versus Sonya. I know Mortal Kombat, and I can assure you that was wrong for both Cammy and Sonya. Zoro versus Urza. That one's definitely wrong. Natsu versus Ace. I love Fairy Tail. I know One Piece quite a bit, decently. That one's wrong. Android 18 versus Captain Marvel. I know definitely 18. That one's definitely wrong. Metal Sonic versus Zero. That one's definitely wrong. Naruto versus Ichigo. That one, not wrong, but their scaling can be bad. Johto versus Kenshiro. That one's also bad. Mario versus Sonic. That one's also bad. Thanos versus Darkseid. That one's also bad. Again, I'm not saying, like, in general, everything, like, 100% their scaling has to be bad or, like, immediately wrong. I'm just saying, like, where does their actual, like, scaling finally get there? I guess Thanos versus Darkseid, it was finally getting there. They were sort of kind of acknowledging beyond universal scaling, I guess. But it was like, that took forever for them to finally just, you know, understand what they were trying to do. I already said Weiss versus Mitsuru is already bad. Yeah, like, I'm just saying, like, yeah, Venom versus Krona, that's also pretty bad. I don't know. That's what I'm saying. It's like, there's not really a specific matchup where I'm like, finally, this is where they got it. This is their prime best example where they just nailed it off the park, right? Because there's, because Goku vs. Superman 1 is the prime example where the research is straight up bad. Like, their power scaling is bad. And then if you want an example of me just saying the power scaling is slightly off, but it's still okay, then fine. I can say, like yeah, Darkseid versus Thanos. Like, yeah, they got a bit of their lore right. Their scaling is still off, but they kind of got it right. And then I guess something more recent. I mean, I did say Maka versus Ruby. They got quite a bit of it right. It's still not there yet, but it's almost there. It's definitely good, you know what I'm saying? And if you want anything before Goku vs. Superman 1, I mean Kratos versus Spawn. Oh man, that one's oof. You look at that one versus Kratos versus Asura. Ooh man, their scaling and overall presentation and everything is like night and day. And then, actually, yeah, you already just saw me watch Vegeta versus Shadow. That was, oh man. Compare that one to Vegeta versus Thor, or Shadow versus Mewtwo, or no, Shadow versus what's her name? Ryoko. It's also night and day. What's up, Odd Robin? Oh, it doesn't have to be it doesn't have to be Dragon Ball related. Heck no. Android 18 versus Captain Marvel is terrible, bro. Bro, as a reminder, I still remember in that video they claimed that Android 18 can like blow up buildings. So I'm like, buildings? Buildings is what they're gonna say on their script. Buildings, really? And then their speed feats is like not even light speed still. It's like no. Maybe Captain Marvel, her scaling is a bit better, but Android 18, heck no. Thoughts on Joker versus Giorno? I mean, I guess they got Giorno pretty decently. But Joker, heck no. I already emphasized in Mitsuru vs. Weiss. Persona slash Shin Megami Tensei scaling literally has out-reversal scaling. They at best put Joker at like Universal Plus, but I'm like, nah, that's like, that's the like entry level, introductory scaling. If you're just solely Persona 5 aware of. But if you're talking about everything else, nah. He's above Universal Plus, like, consistently. So that fight is not even, like, a good matchup, like, realistically. You might as well just put an ant. You know, it's like that meme, like, what was it, a billion lions versus all of Pokemon? Like, one of each Pokemon? I was like, okay, so you're basically putting God, who created a universe, versus a bunch of billion lions who are not going to do anything to God, as an Arceus. Goku Black versus Reverse Flash, that one's also bad. I don't know why they brought up Fusion Zamasu. I think they should have done Fusion Zamasu versus Reverse Flash. What the frick is Goku Black going to do against Reverse Flash? He can literally manipulate time. He can reverse time itself. I'm like, bro, like, literally Reverse Flash with immeasurable speed, no diff Goku Black. And also DC scaling is so whack. Nothing in Super is going to do anything to DC scaling. Like, basically, it's like trying to compare Goku from the Saiyan Saga standing any chance against Beerus. That's how absurd of the scaling is. Like, the gap between, like, DC scaling and Super scaling is literally unfair. But that's just how DC scaling is. Better with Dragon Ball matchups. I don't know about that. Enjoy energy absorption. I mean, yeah, just from the video game. I mean, to be fair, I'll give them props for referencing that, but also it's like, bro, canonically, Android 18 is never shown to absorb energy. So I don't know. I don't know about that, Chief. Yeah, but either way, the point I was trying to get at is the fact that people want to give Death Battle leeway. I'm just like, no. I refuse to give them leeway. 10 years, 200 episodes later, and they're still making similar power scaling errors that they still, and similar errors that they've done in the past, and they still don't really get out of that comfort zone. It's like, wow. Like, as a reminder, look how long it took them to finally get into anything like dimensional scaling related. Like, what is their actual first dimensional scaling related matchups? Like, I'm not talking like, oh, above, 4D. Like, no, I'm talking like actual, like, hyperversal scaling. Actual, like, out-reversal scaling. Like, the first I could think of was, what was it? Yeah, Galactus versus Unicron. That one's definitely getting up there. Joker versus Giorno could have been, but it wasn't. Kratos versus Asura was definitely one that they could have, but they kind of didn't. Simon versus Kyle, 100%. Hulk versus Godzilla, finally. But it's like, wow, all of their recent dimensional scaling matchups is like not even 3 years old. So that means the other 7 years of them just like walking around the topic, just brushing it off, is like, wow, they finally got into something not even that like high tier difficulty in terms of awareness of power scaling. I'm not saying it isn't complicated. I'm just saying, like, wow, you finally understood another basic concept of versus matchups. Like, wow, that's I'm so proud of you to finally graduate from first grade to second grade. It was like, okay. I don't know. Again, I can't be bothered to just give them any credit anymore. Straight up. It's just not worth it. Yeah. I'm not going to react to any more matches for today because I'm already tired just from that one. Definitely, for sure, I'll react to future Dragon Ball matchups further down the line, but yikes. Although, to be fair, I don't want to seem like I'm just, I'm just constantly grinding nothing but death battle reactions. I'll definitely take a break from it since I'm only doing it just because, hey, look, a new matchup is coming up. Do you guys want me to react to it? Yes, no, maybe so. So that's why I was like, you know what, just why not? Because it is somewhat power scaling / matchup related. So there you go. But I'm definitely gonna take a break from reacting to it and from now on. So no worries. In fact, I think this is my like 3rd consecutive death battle related live stream. So no worries. No worries. Yee. I'm not entirely sure if... I don't think I will react to Blade vs. Buffy. I might watch it in my own time or just skip it. I don't really care, frankly, but... yeah. Oh, I bet. I cannot wait, because that one is just as bad. What's up, Perfect Majin? If that battle were to do another Death Dragon Ball match, what would you want to fight to be? I mean, they already used most of the heavy hitters. Actually, hold on a second. They have not. Huh. They should definitely do like one Gohan related. I'm surprised they haven't done Gohan. They've done Goku, Vegeta, but no Gohan. Piccolo would be pretty cool. They've done Frieza. They haven't done Cell. I'm surprised they haven't done Cell. What the frick? Yeah, what the... You telling me after all these memes and stuff, they haven't done Perfect Cell matchups? They did Majin Buu, but not Perfect Cell? Huh. You know what? Honestly, you know what? Yeah, I don't care about the main characters. Or Gohan, he's overrated. I don't like him. I don't really care about him. You know what? I'll do... definitely, for sure, Perfect Cell. 100% there has to be a Perfect Cell matchup. Who specifically, though? I'm not entirely sure. And if you want asking me specifics, I'm actually okay with just pure Cell Games era Perfect Cell. It does not even include Cell Max, no video games related, just pure OG era Perfect Cell. But who, though, specifically? That'd be interesting. Ooh. 100% no DC, no Marvel. That's... ugh, I'm getting tired of those. Ooh, that would be interesting. I don't know. Perfect Cell versus who, though? I actually don't know. But yeah, definitely it has to be Cell. You cannot go wrong with that as an interesting matchup for sure. Evolving slowly, yeah. Bro, as a reminder, I was able to learn a bunch of these aspects within like a third of what they had to do. And I do not have to do anything like production related. I just read the story. I just research the franchise and I get better conclusions that are just as comparable as every other power scaler than Death Battle, bro. Metal Sonic, I don't want that. I really don't. Perfect Cell versus Metal Sonic, I'm not feeling it. I get it. I know why, but it's like, no. Nah, it has to be something more refined, you know what I'm saying? A little bit more classy. Because, I'm trying to think of an example. Oh, I can't think of a matchup character for him. I don't know, something around that line. Chaos versus Cell too sometimes. I'm not a big fan of Dragon Ball versus Sonic matchups. I mean, I get it. I get the reference. I get the inspiration. I know, but I'm not feeling it. Because, bro, we're talking about perfect Cell. He is like, he has class, you know what I'm saying? Like, look at Aizen. He's all about the aura. You know, Cell loves the enjoyment. It's like Boros. You know where Boros versus Saitama, he's like, yes, I want this fight. Yes, you're giving me this excitement. I want this. You know, Cell is like that. He was like, yes, show me your power. Or when he sees someone pathetic like Gohan, it's like, ugh, you disgust me with your weakness. Like, I want that energy. I want that Cell clash with someone else with that kind of energy too. Like, not a hardcore fanatic fighter, but just where they're both can just sync with one another. Where they're just like, yes, you get me, you know? I want more Heroes characters like Beat since Heroes ended. I mean, yeah, I guess. Although that'd be kind of weird for them to do. I don't know. I'm not a fan of that idea, personally. Fuse Momoshiki? You know what? I think you're spitting with that. Low key, maybe. Low key, I think you might be spitting. Cause like especially with Fighters, bro. Fighters does so well with Cell's character, in my opinion. It's so awesome to see him interact with all these other villains and stuff. It's so entertaining too. Like there's such potential with Cell when he interacts with other people outside of, you know, the Cell games era, you know. Yeah, it's definitely a tough like call to like really, you know, I just want that energy. I want that personality of Cell to be enforced into the fight. That's for sure. Yeah. But yeah, again, that's what I'm saying. It's like, I can assure you, a lot of these fights are really good. It's just that Death Battle just doesn't have what it takes to often give them credit when it's due. I keep forgetting to put the stupid chat box in. I'm so sorry, guys. Let it keep popping up. What's up, Young? I'm so sorry I didn't see you there. Yeah, Cell would definitely be cool. I'd definitely pick him. Obviously, I gotta think more, I gotta think a little bit more about who would be the better matchup, but yeah. Was good, yep. Yeah, I finally am done reacting to that freaking video, and my gosh, my head hurts. I mean, Piccolo, I get it. I think what just frustrates me is that, bro, Superhero should have been a Piccolo movie. I'm sorry, but I just always found Gohan so overrated. Because they tried so hard to make Gohan the Goku replacement, but I'm just like, bro, just let him do his thing, man. Just let him be. He clearly has no interest in fighting. He's only obligated because he's the only one there. So I'm just like, just let him be. Just let him do his thing. He clearly, the staff doesn't want him to be prevalent, so just stop using him. Either that, or if you're just gonna constantly bring him back into the forefront, then freaking make him a warrior for once, man. Give him an actual identity. Like, I'm dead serious when I say, like, I do not care about Gohan, bro. People overhype him up way too much. Every time it goes back to the same scenarios. Oh, but Teen Gohan against Cell. Oh, but him beating up Super Buu. It's like, yeah, great. You pointed out two of the things you've done. What about every other movie? Dead Zone? Nope. World's Strongest? Nope. Tree of Might? Nope. Lord Slug? Nope. Cooler? Nope. Cooler again? Nope. 13? Nope. Broly? Nope. Bojack? Oh, yeah, he was cool in Bojack. Oh, okay, there you go. Now there's one. Okay, what's next? Broly 2? Oh, yeah, he got bullied. Great. Broly 3 doesn't appear. Fusion Born? I mean, I guess he beats up Frieza. Oh, cool. Anyways. Wrath of Dragon? Nope, he didn't beat up Rudigarn. He, like, stalemated him, I guess. Battle of Gods? Useless. Resurrection F? Useless. Universe 6 doesn't appear. Goku Black? Irrelevant. Tournament Power? Oh, now he's finally cool. It's like, yeah, great. See what I'm saying? It's like, every time, people only specifically cherry pick those few moments. Goku? Oh, man. I love Goku, bro. Every moment with Goku, I love him, bro. He was so funny with traveling with Chi-Chi, with Bulma. He was so fun just watching him grow and train with Krillin. How he fights with everybody in the tournament. The way he interacts with everybody during the Dragon Ball search for Red Ribbon Army saga. With Tien, with King Piccolo, with Raditz, with Vegeta, the Namek saga, the way he reacts towards his death during the Android saga, the Buu saga, during even GT, bro. Oh my gosh, even in GT, Goku is more entertaining to sit through than freaking Gohan. What does Gohan do in GT? Nothing. Oh, he tries to fight Baby Goten. That doesn't work. He struggles with General Rodo. He gets no diff by Super 17. He gets one-shotted by Omega. Oh, great. There's your favorite pro tag, guys. Meanwhile, Goku is doing everything else. That's what I'm saying. It's like, ugh. If Dad Battle used a movie villain, which one do you believe would be the best one? Ooh. Ooh. I mean, they already did Broly, so don't include him. They already did Beerus, obviously. They already did Frieza. Cellmax, heck no. The Gammas, no. Let's see. Garlic Jr., nah. Weelo, no. Turles would be interesting from a character interaction-wise, but in terms of abilities, he's kind of the same as Bardock and stuff. Slug, he's boring. Oh, Cooler! What the? I'm so stupid. Yeah, Cooler. He's the immediate default. Yeah, I'm so stupid. I forgot about Cooler. Yeah, and Young just said it. Yeah. Yeah, Nasuverse. Yeah, bro, Nasuverse is a perfect example where it is a lot of statements. I'm not saying there aren't feats, but a lot of the feats requires the statements and cosmology lore to to fill in the context. If they just said, bro, I can guarantee you, they'd be like, oh, look at how they slash an invisible slash. It's like, great, you missed every other context to make this one feat the most absurdly broken ability ever. And he just says, oh, they can just slash. That's it. Like, great. Yeah, 100% Cooler. It has to be Cooler. It's very clear that if it's not Broly, if it's not Janemba, it has to be Cooler. Because every other character, many people just kind of brush off. I personally do put Turles up there, though, from now on. Garlic Jr., he just doesn't get enough credit, I guess. He needs a bit more, he needs more material, in my opinion. He can definitely go up there, but, yeah. Weelo, he's alright. Slug, nobody cares. I know for a fact. Android 13, if they added more characterization, he could probably be up there, but nah. What else? Bojack, he's so forgettable. A specific version that doesn't require research for characters, abilities, and lore. Because I hate the fact that lore has no relevance to the characters. It's like, no, the lore of the verse literally is part of Dragon Ball, or part of the franchise. Like, imagine if you say, oh yeah, let's ignore the lore. Okay, so you're gonna ignore how the ki works, so you're not even gonna know how Goku's abilities can function on a fundamental level. You're gonna ignore the lore of his Saiyan heritage. You're gonna ignore the lore of his transformations, the lore of his training under the Masters. There's so much things that the lore of the verse affects the abilities and restrictions and other levels of abilities that affects the characters. So that's why it's like, yeah, goes to show you that maybe they're not that good at implementing all those key aspects. Wait, Piccolo versus Knuckles. Please don't tell me that's an official matchup they're gonna do. I swear to gosh if they do that one. Knuckles versus Donkey Kong was also pretty bad as well. Well, they should be upset for using God of War lore because they got the lore wrong. They try to, bro, they try to calculate a feat that cannot be calculated. Like for the Kratos versus Asura fight, they try to claim that, oh, look at the explosion that the primordials made before time existed. I'm like, bro, these are primordial gods that are before the concept of time existing and surpass it, meaning you cannot even calculate the time frame at which it happened. And they themselves punching into creating existence itself is way beyond anything universal related. But they still assume it's a finite speed. How do you do that? Or like, imagine... Actually, no, you don't need to imagine. In Dragon Ball, it's often stated many times that the universe is infinite. Literal infinite. But they still say, oh, well, you know, Goku speed feats and him destroying a universe is like finite universals. Like, are you kidding me right now? The shockwave, yeah, it's only like 1 billion to the power of 10 infinite, massively FTL. It's like, oh my gosh. But then they can comprehend Superman, DC, the lore scaling being above that. It's like, oh, alright, there you go. It's their incompetence. That's the issue. Their incompetence. They can't even be consistent with their own logics. Well then, whoever is complaining about God of War scaling should just not even get into God of War. It's like, bro, we didn't write the story. That is the lore. It's like, they are very literal. The primordial gods have destroyed or created life into existence. They created time into existence. It's like, I don't know what you like. If, to be fair, casual fans may not be aware of how the world or cosmology functions, so I don't blame them. If they're just casual fans, that's fine. But the ones who I would assume they should know the lore by heart are still saying, oh no, it's not literal, it's just figurative. It's like, okay, well, clearly they're just going against author intent then. They're just dumb at that point. Alright, switch up the music. Like, I don't know what... Sometimes I will say the fans are just stupid because they're uneducated, because they don't want to accept that apparently they're OP versus OP. But then sometimes it could just be like Death Battle or some other power scaler who just do a really bad amateur, you know, entry-level research of the verse. Like, imagine me if I just try to get into Dragon Ball scaling, and I never grew up with it, I just wanted to get into it, and I make a video and immediately assume that Goku at his best as Super Saiyan Blue or MUI, he's only planet level. Everyone will be laughing at me, because I did a terrible job at even going beyond the basic fundamentals of Dragon Ball scaling. But then, likewise, if a million fans are like, "Oh, and Goku being universal, that doesn't make sense," I'm like, "Well, then you're just dumb. I'm sorry, but we already provided all the sources imaginable. I've, from point A to point B, emphasized and being very, simple with my explanation towards my logic to lead to that conclusion, and you're just like, nah, that just doesn't make sense." I'm like, "Well, then I'm sorry, but they're just dumb." They themselves might not admit it because, they're dumb to admit it, but they're just dumb. I'm no different. I can admit my ignorance of certain franchises. I don't know every single scaling for every single franchise, but at least I admit it. I don't know how strong certain characters are. Sometimes I look at them face value, I'm like, oh, they probably don't look strong, but once someone tells me, actually, they're very OP, I'm like, okay, there you go. Like, for example, Nasuverse, bro, I didn't know anything about Nasuverse, so I just assumed, okay, maybe it's just a simple, like, a fantasy world story, so they probably are not, planet level. But then, as I got into it, and some friends told me, I'm like, oh no, they're actually way beyond, like, dimensional scaling. I'm like, oh, well, there you go. I learned something new. I admit I didn't know anything about it, but I admitted it, and I changed my thoughts. I'm like, well, there you go. Not that hard, but some people just don't want to do that. Oh yeah, the Doom Slayer. Yeah, that was so bad. Although I think they were referring to like Doom Guy, like like absurd lore scaling, but I'm just like, it doesn't matter. Like, no disrespect to Master Chief, but it's like Doom Guy is just really OP. Like, I didn't create him, but that's just how it is, bro. Oh man, my throat's starting to hurt. But yeah, that's... Oh man. Honestly, I'm glad I'm gonna take a break from Death Battle reaction. Actually, you know what? Hold on a second. I'm gonna quickly spoil myself. I'm not gonna watch Buffy versus Blade, but I want to see what's their unless it hasn't come out yet. Oh no, that's out. Yeah, okay. I don't care about who wins. I just want to see what's the next matchup they are doing. Let's see. Their next matchup is Dante versus... Who is it? Oh, Clive. Clive from Final Fantasy. Oh, okay, okay. Not too bad. I mean, that's a sequel to Dante versus... What's her name? I already forgot her name from... Shoot, what? I already forgot her name. Gosh dang it. Dang it, I forgot her name. Death Battle has a habit of leaving out higher end arguments for characters of they feel they aren't needed. To be fair, they could also just easily resolve that by just saying, hey, this is not even their best, so they could actually go higher than this, and yet their low end is above the high end for the other opposite character. So that's why we're not going to bring it up. I'm like, there you go. Even the lowest is too much for the peak of the other character. Yeah. It's so Death Battle. They don't know how to do Shin Megami Tensei scaling. It's so bad, man. But to be fair, yeah. I literally just had her at the top of my head, but I already forgot it. Whatever. That's what I'm saying. It's like Rick Sanchez versus Doctor is a big example. The Doctor's vainly outer, but they include it because it wasn't relevant to the argument. Yeah. And to be fair, I'm okay with those matchups where they say, okay, hypothetically, in this scenario, it's skill versus skill, equal stats. Because in, like, versus Battle Wiki, that's what they do sometimes for certain discussions. And I'm like, hey, I'm okay with those specifics, like, restrictions or rules that they implement. But please be consistent with those rules and have a fair outcome based on the research you guys made. Otherwise, if you don't, I'm going to call it out, and people are going to call it out as well. Why do you think I got mad for Goku versus Superman? They say, oh, we're going to use all the sources, but they're not going to use all the sources. Like, well, you just contradict your own, you know, rules for the fight. So it devalues the point of the fight, and likewise the conclusion that they make because they weren't being fair. And again, they have a budget. They have teams. They have, you know, writers. They have, you know, editors. And nobody was like, maybe we should revise this part. Maybe we should remove this in. We should add this in. Nothing. It was just, oh, okay, let's just, this is totally the best we got. It's like, ugh. I hate being a broken record, but I'm just like, bro, this is just how consistent Death Battle is at being painfully mid. I hate the fact that my overall review with Death Battle is going from bad to eh. Like, I'm genuinely serious. Like, the best I can give Death Battle is like at best a 6. Like, in terms of from a 0 to a 10, a 6. Like, it's okay. It's decent. I'm like, wow. Like 10 years, 200 episodes, and the most I can give a majority of their matchups is like either a 1 all the way to like a 5. Yeah, it's ugh. Because maybe if you just, and that's the other issue I have. It's like, oh well, what about the fight itself? It's like, okay, so now people are forcing me to ignore everything they said prior, just solely focus on the animation itself, and then ignore the conclusion explanation later. I'm like, well, great. Now I had to be more biased and fair to be like, oh yeah, the fight itself, if you ignore everything else, is good. But it's like, okay, well, what about everything else? You were just gonna say, oh, by association, because the fight itself, the rest of the research and statements they said is good? No, I'm not doing that. That's stupid. Because yeah, obviously a lot of the fights are gonna be good, but I'm not gonna just upscale the rest of the review just because of the fight itself. I'm like, okay, just give me the fight itself. No, I'm not gonna review everything else by ignoring context. That's stupid. Yeah, I'm well aware. I know what you're talking about. Although I think the blog posts for those things, for those like prediction fights, I think they're gone. Like, I tried to look into them again, but they just erased. I don't know if there's like a Wayback Machine for those pages, because I tried looking into some of them, but I can't find them. Like, I have the link, but they're just saying, oh, it's gone. And even then, that's the sad part, is why the heck is those research blogs more defined, more well thought out, and yet none of the things that are way beyond the scope of the video ever brought up. Yeah, well, honestly, I just find that as a cop-out explanation. Oh, well, they could put everything in their analysis. Yes, they can. Yes, they can. Yeah, the G1. Yeah, there you go. Yes, they can. It just depends. Although, to be fair, like I said, it depends on the restrictions. Again, if they said Goku versus Superman, but they just say, oh, Goku, we're only using him up to a Saiyan Saga counterpart. That's it. I'm like, okay, well, there you go. Do not mention anything past the Saiyan Saga. Just solely Saiyan Saga scaling, and that's it. I'm okay with that. As long as you're talking about the you're fair and consistent with the rules that you made, great. I'm okay with that. But don't go say in the same video we're gonna use every source imaginable and then apply none of it for the conclusion. Oh yeah, we're gonna use every source out there except no heroes, no GT, no super, no movie scaling, no video game scaling, no crossover scaling, no guidebooks, no author statements. Just 1 feat from this one scenario that is completely irrelevant to his actual current level. Like, great. That, yeah, no. No. And keep in mind, I have no budget when I do these videos. When my own videos, it's just my own paid money. And by that, I mean just from my own job. And then this is just a hobby. Meanwhile, Death Battle has an entire team to gain full access to everything else. And I'm just like, no. That's what I'm saying. You can just summarize it. Bro, I was able to summarize freaking Baby and Janemba in less than an hour. And if I were to like just summarize things even faster, I can assure you I couldn't drop that like their sections to like 10 minutes. It's just that the reason why my videos are long is because of context. Like, hey, how do we lead up? Like, hey, how we go from point A to point B to their scaling. I can assure you Death Battle can do the same thing like easily. Oh, we're gonna put them at their best. Okay, Baby Vegeta versus SpongeBob. Here's Baby Vegeta's best feat. He can destroy his universes. Alright, next, moving on. His speed. He's infinite speed because of this 1 feat. Alright, moving on. There you go. That's their pinnacle stats for Baby SpongeBob. He can destroy a universe. He can move and avoid. There you go. There's his peak speed. Alright, there you go. Now, put them together. Boom. SpongeBob wins because better feats, blah, 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 etc. There you go. Pretty easy. It's not that hard. It's not that hard. You're telling me... Hold on. You're telling me they can do a matchup of what's his name? Galactica versus Ultron, whatever. No, not Ultron. Megatron. I don't know. That stupid Transformer enemy. You're telling me they can do a full matchup of dimensional animation fights? Or Kyle versus Simon that requires infinite dimension scaling? And put it in like a less than half-hour video? But goodness forbid they can't do the same for like Nasuverse. You're telling me they can summarize 50 years of Doctor Who material versus Rick Sanchez in less than that time frame? Nah. That excuse is not acceptable. No. 50 years of Doctor Who, and they nicely summarize quite a bit of things that he can do. And still, you know, miss a lot of other aspects of what he can do. And say, oh, that's too much. They can't summarize it that fast. No, they can. They can. They're just either too amateurs to do it, or they just are too naive to not even know that some of these abilities that, or feats that the Doctor has done, is within his capacity. Nah. They have editors to pay too. Yeah, I know. That's what I'm saying. They have a budget. They have a budget. I don't have a budget. A lot of power scalers that do this for fun, they don't have budgets either. We don't got budgets to do an animated fight, but how is it that our research is more well-defined than Death Battle? You ask me, bro. I don't know. Well, I'm not saying... Okay. Let me repeat one more time. When they specifically say we're going to allow any source out there, and we're going to put them at their peak, then just emphasize their peak feat stats, right? Or just their peak stats from whatever source to put them at their level, right? I'm not saying they have to acknowledge or like put in every single source out there. I'm just saying if you're indeed going to allow anything available and you're going to put them at their peak stats, then just emphasize what is their peak stats. So for example, Broly. Okay, Broly versus Goku. Okay, fine. What is his peak? We're going to use every source out there for Broly. Okay, what is his best feat? Okay, well, his best feat / scaling is in Heroes. And I guess if you want to be that one guy, the live-action 4D movie. Okay, then there you go. That's just his best source, his best feat, his best scaling. There you go. Boom. We still included everything, but nonetheless, that is his best abilities to date. And there you go. Yeah, keep it simple for a casual audience. Yeah. And guess what? I did that. My videos is not that well, like, it's not super, like, formal. It's not really that, like, complex. I'm just like, hey, here's this one scene from this one episode where this one character made this statement, and because of this one statement, it leads to my conclusion that this character's planet level. It's not that complicated. It's not that hard. Maybe once I say, hey, here's a calc I myself made, and here's all these equations and stuff, that's where I'm like, okay, maybe it can be a bit complicated for casual viewers. But I'm just saying, hey, here's this calc I did with this method, and the conclusion led to this point. There you go. Nothing that complicated. I'm just like, hey, I made a calc, and a calc to define this feat lead to this answer. Very simplified, very dumbed down. Like, there's so many ways that you can work around the complications, the math, you know, all the work and research to a very casual viewer. That's what I'm saying. It's like, wow, it's almost as if you put a little bit of effort, it could be done. Like, and also, I'm sorry, but like, if they're gonna put the effort to hire all these editors, hire all these writers, hire all these animators, hire all these script writers, hire all these other people to make this video possible, but of all things, the research aspect is gonna be too much for you to do the scripting, like, what? Then what's the point of the matchup? Especially if they are gonna be as closely accurate to the characters, but also not accurate. It's like, then what's the point of the matchup? You might as well just not even do the research. Just do the animation fight itself. I'm just saying, like again, I know it may seem like, oh, Numbers, you're just so mean. You're just too harsh. Think of the editors. Think of the animators. Think of the writers. Think of those. I don't care. Do you think I care? Bro, I'm just as harsh as myself, man. I'm like, bro, I have no budget. I barely got much time to even work on these projects, but I still do the best I can. And guess what? Once I upload my own video, I'm like, dang it, I got something wrong. I messed this part up. I said this thing wrong. I don't care. I'm still harsh to myself because I'm like, I got something wrong and I messed up. And I feel bad for my viewers because I messed up in this part of the video. Or I could have explained something more detailed or more simplified way. Or I could have worded myself properly. Like, wow, who would have thought? I'm also critical to myself. I don't care. Oh, but you don't understand, Numbers. You put so much months and I don't care. Nobody needs to think about that. Numbers. If a viewer's like, wow, Numbers had a whole year to do this one video and he still got things wrong, I'm like, you know what? That's a fair criticism. I still had a whole year to research on one video and I still got it wrong. Well, there you go. That's a fair criticism because, quite frankly, I have no excuse. So, likewise, Death Battle's no different. I don't care if they got a month, a year, 10 years, a few weeks to do a video that is supposed to be educative but entertaining. If the fight itself is kind of mid or, good, but the research is bad, then I'm going to call it out. If the research is perfect, but the fight itself is kind of boring or forgettable, I'm going to say the research is great, but the animation fight is kind of, underwhelming. Wow, who would have thought? Would you ever be a researcher for Death Battle, even for a single episode? I'm gonna be honest, I kind of want to say no. The reason why is because the reason why is not because I can't do it. It's whether or not would they even be willing to will they even care? You know what I'm saying? Like, okay, imagine if it's kind of like at school, you know what I'm saying? It's like, oh, here's your homework, and then one student was only meant to turn in one page, but they turn in 100 pages. And the teacher's like, well, great job, Jimmy. But I'm not gonna read all that. I'm not gonna read all your 100 pages. So do it again. Or, you know what, A+ for effort, but C for, you know, following the rules that I didn't establish. So, maybe I could do amazing at my research, but Death Battle could just be like, yeah, we're not going to include this, or, but this doesn't seem relevant. I'm like, bro, because I don't know how much of my research is even going to be relevant for the actual matchup. What they're even going to say, what they're going to bring up. So, no. Frankly, I don't feel like it's worth it, because why bother? And it's not just for the sake of me saying, oh, the character I'm going to research has to win. I'm just like, no. Here's every source I could possibly give you. And if you guys, with all the sources and effort I can put into my research, and you guys just kind of like, we're just like, oh, okay, let's point this thing out and just ignore everything else and constantly, I'm like, bro, I give you your entire full 5-star full course meal of research onto your face, and you just got the little cherry over it. It's like, wow, thanks for showing how little relevance my research meant for the actual matchup. So no, honestly, if you were telling me I would be like a script writer for the fight, ooh, then I'd consider. But just a researcher, because at least the scripts actually affects more of the overall final product. Because if you want like a good comparison, like imagine if I'm doing imagine if I did a matchup of Goku versus Sonic, and then I asked one of you guys, like, hey, can you guys give me a thumbnail? And then everything else was just me. And you're like, no, hey, numbers, you know, what if I told you that Sonic actually did this? He has the advantage on that and this and that. And I'm just like, oh, yeah, that's nice and all, kid, but I just need a thumbnail. And you're just like, oh, okay. And then you see the videos like, oh, well, yeah, this video is kind of bad. I try to warn numbers that, you know, the scaling is a little off, but he only took my research as in he only took my thumbnail. So it's like, great. So, yeah, no, sorry, but I'm just saying, no. Unironically, the DBX fights is pretty much what I'm asking for. Just watch the DBX fights, and then there you go. The only thing I can criticize is the actual fight itself. It's like, hey, is the animation good? How's the effects? You know, how's the dialogue, the voice acting and stuff? But that's about it. And trust me, this is not just a death battle thing. Like, no. The fact that I can apply the same logic of expectations onto anything else is why it's consistent. Like, I don't care if I sound harsh. I'm being honest. I'm being honest, alright? Like, dude, bro, there are so many people who are like, oh, but think of the developers. Think of the developers who made these video games that took 1 hour. Like, or not an hour. Think of the developers who made 10 years to make this game. I don't care. The game sucks. The game sucks, and, well, I don't know what they've been doing for the 10 years, but the game is bad. And I'm gonna be honest, the game is bad. Oh, but think of the filmmakers' numbers. It took them 5 years to finally get this movie working. I don't care. The movie is bad. The effects are bad. The acting is bad. The editing is bad. I don't care. I don't care. The movie is bad. The TV is bad. The anime is bad. The manga is bad. I don't care. Even if I'm given the context of what production was like, I can be like, okay, well, that explains why the product is like this. But I don't care. That doesn't affect. It only just enforces what I'm saying. Like, yeah, the movie is bad. So I'm like, well, how about that? Why would you not mind being a scriptwriter? Well, I just said that I have more influence as to what is going to be said in the actual video. So, obviously, if we're going to say, hey, this character character A peaks at planet level, I'm gonna emphasize that their peak is planet level. If I emphasize, hey, here's their speed range. At their minimum, they're Mach 1. At their maximum, they're Mach 10. I'm gonna emphasize, hey, here's the range and stuff. Because that way, by the end of the conclusion, I don't want viewers to be like, wait, how did this character lose? I'm like, well, I emphasized everything. I already established that this is how fast the character is, but he's slower than character B, who's like 100 times faster and 100 times stronger. His abilities are way superior, and blah 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 blah. So therefore, character B wins because I already established everything that needs to be said in the script to explain why both characters are stronger or inferior than the other. At least I influence more about what is going to be said in the actual video. Because don't get me wrong, I can acknowledge the effort they're doing, but effort can only give you so much credit. Like what? Are we gonna apply that for anything else? Oh, but numbers, think of how much time it took to make Dragon Ball Evolution. Oh yeah, that live action adaptation that even Toriyama hated. Yeah, I'm not gonna really praise them just because, oh, the poor editors, the poor developers, oh, the filmmakers, the act. I don't care. I don't care. Respect to them when they did have some passion, but I'm not gonna criticize them. I'm not gonna ridicule them. No, I'm just gonna criticize the product itself. I'm not gonna ridicule, you know who they are. Like, I don't care about their gender. I don't care about their age. I don't care about their ethnicity. I don't care. I'm just like, did you put the effort in to make the product as good as it can be? If so, then great. I'll praise the positives. I'll praise the negatives. What's so complicated about that? Adria, is it almost over? It's almost over. I know. I'm dragging the stream more than it needs to, but hey, at least I'm being consistent. I've always have mixed opinions on Death Battle since forever, and I still have mixed opinions on Death Battle. I'm like, hey, Death Battle, you guys can be great. You can be one of the best online show to have amazing presentation, amazing editing, amazing everything. But you just gotta stop doing that amateur things, man. I'm just saying, like, come on. Alright. And just a couple more minutes, I'm gonna head out because I'm getting hungry. I haven't eaten all day, and once I'm done, I will finally get back to working on my video projects, because I can assure you guys, yes, I'm still working on them videos. Unfortunately, as usual, my job, my real life job, is taking most of my time throughout the day, throughout the week. I seriously thought we were done with overtime work, but no! We're still dealing with overtime work till, I don't know, the foreseeable future. Which, I mean, to be fair, I'm happy that I'm getting paid, real life nums, I'm living well, I'm doing fine financially, but I do wish I could prioritize a bit more time to make my projects. I know it's for fun, so I'm not obligated, but I generally do want to make these videos more often, but it's hard for me to find freaking time when my job is taking most of it. And plus on my other side obligations, but yeah. Oh, and also, another reason why I'm being this critical is because outside of Death Battle What If matchups, imagine this applies to your own favorite series. Alright? Why do you think so many fans have so much, mixed opinions on Dragon Ball nowadays? Well, it's because the devs are not giving much time, or not really putting much effort in to make Dragon Ball as great as it can be. I have such huge criticism on Heroes and Super, because it's not that great. I mean, it has potential, obviously, but it's not perfect. It's really not perfect. Why do you think people hate on Heroes? Because people think it's just bad fan service. It's like, you know what? That's a good criticism, because it's true. It could be better fan service, but it's not amazing fan service. Imagine if Toei or Bandai and everyone's like, you know what? Yeah, screw Dragon Ball. It might be popular, but you know what? We'll just do whatever we want. And just produces more bad game after another, more bad episode after another. People will, I'm sure every fan will then be like, okay, this is unacceptable. Oh, but think of the animator numbers. No, I refuse to rely on a bunch of stupid, empathetic manipulation just to feel like, oh, you know what? You guys get a pass for the 900th time. No, I don't care if it's official. I don't care if it's a fan made. I don't care if it's a indie company. You're posting it online for anyone to react, to watch. I can assure you that you are indirectly giving us full authority to react and have any opinion that we can make up. So I don't care. Death Battle is willing to post all these matchups online, and it's full glory, and that's why I'm gonna be as honest about how I feel, regardless of what anyone has to say. I'll still be fair as I can be. I'll give them credit when it's due, but I'm not just gonna lie and be like, oh well, but these guys, they are indie, so it's a pat. No, I'm not doing that. I refuse to do that. That's how we got here to this day when it comes to most entertainment culture. Mid after mid after mid for several franchises, bro. No. It's a personal expectation I place onto everything. It's not just a me thing. It's a me to my favorite franchise, to music, games, toys, anything. Why should we accept mediocrity every time? No. It's okay if the end results ends up mediocrity, but I refuse that to be an excuse to just justify every other, attempt only ending up becoming mediocrity. No. Alright, well, either way, I mean, obviously, yeah, duh, I'm open-minded. Would I be willing to talk to power scalers who support Death Battle so you can get a different view? Obviously, of course. It's not even a Death Battle thing. It's anything in general. I already told you. I didn't know much about Street Fighter scaling. I talked to a guy who knew Street Fighter scaling. I'm like, oh dang, that's cool. I learned something new. I'm just like, well, there you go. Dragon Ball, bro. Do you think I knew everything Dragon Ball scaling related starting out? Heck no. I learned it as I go, and guess what? I was like, you know what? Let me do my own research and see if I come to a similar conclusion. And lo and behold, for example, my Baby Vegeta video, I did not hear anyone's opinions towards GT scaling. Oh, well, actually, no, that's a lie. I have heard about the outer scalings and stuff, but lo and behold, Seth, a popular power scaler, lo and behold, he did his own GT Gogeta scaling video. I'm like, wow, I did not hear any of his opinions, not even a single one, and he came up with similar conclusions as I have with my scaling. Who would have thought? I bet you if I discussed with him beforehand, I probably would have gotten similar answers or conclusions as him. What else? Sonic. I learned people from Sonic scaling. I learned from other people about Star Wars, Pokemon, etc. Yeah, so obviously, no duh. I'll be supportive of anyone who has a different view. I'm not intentionally trying to enforce my scaling onto others. I'm just saying that, hey, if you're gonna put the effort in, please try, just try a little better. Or just be open-minded. Because, it took them forever for them to finally update their Goku scaling. Or look how long, bro, I literally did a live stream of Ruby scaling. It took them forever for them to finally get their Ruby scaling accurate. So it's like, yeah, like, please, come on. Why do you think I post my own videos publicly? Because I'm expecting some pushback. I'm expecting people to have their own thoughts, their opinions. And guess what? Every video I'm always saying, what are your thoughts? Give me your opinions. Did I get something wrong? Did I get something right? Did I miss something? Should I have included something else? Did I forget to mention this part? Should I emphasize something else? Like, oops. Should I have, do those types of things? I always ask those questions because it's like, wow, who would have thought? Numbers isn't always right. Wow, I know. Crazy. Anyways, I've rambled long enough. This is almost becoming another 5-hour live stream, but this time I'm going to stop it before it reaches 5 hours. Because like I said, I'm hungry. I'm tired, and I want to get back to doing my videos. I don't think... What was it, Dante versus... Yeah, I'm not sure if I'll live stream anytime soon, because this time I genuinely want to dedicate full focus on my videos. I really, really, really want to get my PyCon video out as soon as possible, because it's freaking PyCon, man. I'm excited. I finally want to get those videos out, and I really don't want you guys to wait any longer. It's already been 2 months since my last video. I don't want that to be any closer to the ones before that, alright? So, I really want to get it back, so... I'm glad anyone who's willing to stay this long to hear my VODs or just be here live publicly with me, I greatly appreciate it. Again, I know it's all in good fun. I assure you, I have zero beef with Death Battle. Absolutely zero beef. I do not despise the people in question. I don't care what they do in their own personal life. I don't care, whatever. They do their things, I do my thing, and it is what it is. That's, at the end of the day, that's the message I'm willing to give, but... in the scope of power scaling topics, come on, we can all do better, all right? I can do better, they can do better, we can all do better. It's anything in general, okay? Not just power scaling discussions, all right? So, anyways, time to get my grub on. I'm hungry. I'm going to keep saying I'm hungry from now on. But yes, thank you, everybody. Thank you, everyone who popped in. Especially like Long made a cameo. Cherry Boy, thank you everybody. Angus, Liam, what's up? Space. Who else? Who else showed up briefly? Odd one. Odd. I forgot your name. Odd Robin. There you go. Perfect Majin and everybody else that Young. If I missed anybody else, sorry. But thank you everybody for popping up. Thank you everybody else for understanding my patience. I will do everything I can to get these videos out as soon as possible, if not at the very least before the end of the year. I swear to gosh, if I make these videos after the end of the year, I'm gonna be so mad at myself. So, but no worries, for sure. PyCon video coming out soon. Eventually, when I don't know. Eventually, I can assure you. And actually, you know what? As a little snippet. I've also, because of my unfortunate overtime, I have been slowly getting revisiting Dragon Ball Legends. That's right, guys. I'm slowly getting into my research for Shallot. So whenever I do my Shallot video, I'm already like on the ball. Like, I did look into Legends all the way through to wherever it was at the time when I started into it, but now I'm revisiting it again to finally look into what I've missed, but also research, finally drop down my notes for scaling Shallot. So, and if anyone asks when will I do Shallot, whenever Legends finish, which I think it's close to finishing, so hopefully so. And if so, then great. I can do my Shallot video way advanced in time because I did my research, I did my notes. I could get into writing the scripts, and I can finally do the post-production. So I can guarantee you guys, it's not just me doing PyCon and whatever other videos, ready to go. I'm also at the same time doing other projects, at the forefront, in the background. So I can assure you guys, I'm just as motivated to do more projects ahead of time. And Shallot is definitely one of them. I can guarantee you, Shallot is one that people has asked me before. I can assure you, if I'm going to do a Shallot video, I'm going to give him the proper justice. So, don't worry. not just Pycon, but any other future characters that's on my list or that's gonna be on my list, I will give them the time and dedication they deserve, because people like to hear my thoughts. People just want to see their favorite character give the proper respect and credit. So, huzzah. I hope that's enough for y'all. So, thank you very much, everybody. I hope you have a great day. Thank you very much for the live stream. Thank you. As always, everybody, look forward to more future content. And until then, see y'all later. I'm heading out for lunch. Bye-bye, everybody.